Chapter 1201 Battle of the Black Skull, 15, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 1201 Battle of the Black Skull, 15. Under the relentless onslaught of rain, blood was being washed off the shattered armor of a beautiful young woman with black hair and vermilion eyes. She swayed, trying to lash out with her cracked sword, but slipped in the mud and fell heavily to one knee. Her breathing was hoarse, and her lips were painted crimson with blood. Mordred looked much worse than his sister. One of his eyes was gone, turning his face into a grotesque mask. So was one of his hands. His armor was on the verge of collapsing into a whirlwind of sparks, and terrible wounds covered his body, revealing flesh and bone. And yet, his expression was calm. "Ah, it hurts. I haven't felt pain like that in a long, long time." He was growing weak because of blood loss, his vision turning blurry. But he was so close to his goal. After long, excruciating years, the first true taste of his revenge was so near. So, Mordred took a step forward, and then another. His sword rose. His hand was firm and unshaken. Morgan looked up at him, and the look in her eyes was sweeter than nectar. Confusion, indignation, and hidden behind them, a hint of fear. How are you still standing, monster?" Mordred smiled. "Barely." One of the enchantments absorbed by her body, she was trying to heal herself, her wounds were already closing, and he was not going to engage in a lengthy conversation with her, not yet. He knew that his sister was just trying to buy time. Using one of the enchantments absorbed by her body, she was trying to heal herself, her wounds were already closing, and she was not bleeding nearly as heavily as she was supposed to. It was not going to save her, though. Morgan might have been able to heal herself, but she couldn't replenish her essence, her focus, and her stamina. She was tired, and that fatigue was only going to get worse. It was going to seep into her bones and into her mind, dooming her. He just had to last a little bit longer than that. His sister gathered what little remained of her strength and dashed forward with a furious growl. Her sword flashed, sharp and cunning, aiming for his neck. Mordred knew that he wouldn't be able to block or evade it, so he didn't. Instead, he just shifted his torso slightly, allowing the sharp edge to cut into his clavicle instead of his neck, endured the blinding flash of pain, and drove his own sword into a crack in her armor. Morgan groaned. Until he wasn't. At some point, somehow, almost unexplainably, he gained the initiative in this abhorrent dance of theirs. And once he did, his advantage grew like an avalanche. No matter how many wounds he had accumulated, no matter how terribly Morgan hurt him, Mordred was unshaken. His one remaining eye glimmered, reflecting her dwindling confidence. And then, after a while, Morgan fell and failed to stand up again. Growling, she struck the ground with her first. I don't understand. How are you, what trick? He smiled, dragging his aching body toward her. Now was the time to talk, not only because Morgan had finally exhausted all her monstrous reserves, but also because he was tired, as well. He needed a few moments to catch his breath and prepare for the final strike. You don't understand? Oh, but it is so simple. There is no trick. Yes, you are stronger than me, faster than me, you are maybe even more skilled than me. However, dear sister, I am infinitely superior to you in one aspect. The most important aspect. He struggled against the weight of his sword, which was suddenly unbearable, and gritted his teeth. It's desire. Don't you know that everything has its beginnings in desire? And my desire, it's infinitely more powerful than yours. That is why I am more powerful than you, that is all there is, sister. Oh, and my desire is also much more pure. Can't she see? Well, she's young, after all. Mordred reached the spot where Morgan was trying to get up from the mud and ruthlessly kicked her in the side with his armored boot. She yelped, and fell back down. He looked at her coldly. You see, my only desire is to kill you. But you want so many things. You want to kill and imprison me, but you also want to survive killing and imprisoning me. You want to protect your neck from being cut, your heart from being pierced, your skull from being crushed, your eyes from being gouged out. All these countless desires weigh you down. They are a burden that reduces your strength, dulls your skill, and diminishes your speed. But me? I have no such burden. I only care about one thing. I only want to kill you. That is why you are weak, and I am strong. Mordred used his one remaining eye to glance at the bloody stump of his right hand, at his broken armor, and at his mangled body. His gaze was indifferent. And that is why my wish will come true, but yours will not. Without wasting any more time, he smiled bitterly, and raised his sword. His goal was so close, he just had to bring the sword down. However, he never did. Chapter 1202 Battle of the Black Skull, 16, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 1202 Battle of the Black Skull, 16. Somewhere else on the battlefield, a sword made of pure darkness pierced a figure made of blinding sunshine. The radiant knight staggered, while the tenebrous knight stood calmly, looking at him with two indifferent crimson eyes. Saint twisted her sword, and the darkness contained within it seemed to expand, hungrily devouring the shine of her enemy. The reflection of summer night grew dimmer and convulsed, as if trying to scream. However, no scream could be heard. The radiant figure grew bleak and translucent. A moment later, a net of cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the dying light, and then, with a faint sound of breaking mirrors, the reflection exploded into countless shards of silver glass. Saint indifferently retracted her sword and shifted her gaze, searching for a new opponent. Separated from her by a vast distance, a gargantuan worm brought its monstrous weight down and then twisted, catching something invisible in its maw. The countless creatures comprising the echo slithered, grinding the invisible foe into dust. In the heart of the battlefield, obscured by rain, a beautiful demoness screamed as her face was cut by an unseen blade. She staggered back and fell, crimson tears rolling to the ground. In front of her, a vague silhouette was suddenly outlined by the streams of falling water and the brilliance of flashing lightning. A cold, ruthless voice came from the rain. "Stupid girl, you should have stayed sweet and innocent, like you were before." Beastmaster gritted her teeth. I'm not done yet, old man, you haven't won yet." The rain laughed. "Die, now, this little scuffle of ours was fun. You have slain a transcendent human, Dire Fong. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received." The towering monstrosity swayed, the spark of life disappearing from his eyes. Sunny, who had driven the sin of solace into the saint's skull up to the hilt, was perched precariously on the beast's snout, holding on to the gray fur with one hand. He froze for a moment. "I won." The body of Dire Fong tilted, and then toppled. Since the saint's transcendent form was quite high, there was considerable distance to the ground. Sunny rode it all the way down, still holding on to the hilt of the sin of solace. The giant beast crashed, causing the ground to tremble. Still in shock, Sunny retrieved his sword and stood up, glancing at the battlefield from atop the felled giant. "I won." Then, he lost his footing and rolled into the mud. The mud felt cool and pleasant to the touch. He stared at her, feeling a sense of triumph flood his heart. But then, the smile slowly disappeared from Sunny's face. Separated from them by the wicked havoc of the battle, a blind girl was standing in the middle of a vast circle of corpses, drops of blood falling from her rapier and her armor. Behind her, a woman with golden hair and amber eyes was leaning heavily on a spear. Suddenly, the blind girl shivered and lowered her sword. Her shoulders fell. Turning around, she ignored the rushing enemies and looked up, at the cloud-ridden sky. Her exquisitely beautiful face was solemn. Mordred raised his sword, ready to strike his sister down. But then, he froze. His strange, mirror-like eyes trembled. As if forgetting about Morgan, he slowly turned around and looked at the sky with a grim expression. The smile slowly disappeared from Sunny's lips. The wind was cold. In the flash of lightning, he suddenly looked paler than a ghost. His face fell. Nephi's frowned. "Sunny? What's wrong?" He looked frightened. Without answering, Sunny slowly turned away from her and looked up with an expression of utter terror. I. I don't. I don't know, something is wrong. His voice drowned in a deafening thunderclap. Neff hesitated for a moment, then traced his gaze and looked up at the sky. There didn't seem to be anything there. Except for a strange, rippling darkness. For a few moments, the battlefield seemed to grow still. And then, the sky crumbled and split apart, devoured by an abyssal rift that seemed to be leading to the very depths of hell. A gargantuan nightmare gate tore the world into pieces, dwarfing the battlefield as it cut through the sky and manifested itself into existence. The source of this content no/v, L, by, N. Chapter 1203 Battle of the Black Skull, 17, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 1203 Battle of the Black Skull, 17. The sky parted, sliced through by a narrow vertical rift. Behind it, the fabric of reality made way for a dark, harrowing abyss of nothingness. Both light and darkness seemed to be twisted and changed near the gate, breaking as they were destroyed. The rift dwarfed the entire battlefield, stretching for hundreds and hundreds of meters into the shattered sky. The abandoned outpost, and the black fissure of the nightmare gate that led to the vicinity of the Black Skull, looked tiny and insignificant in front of it. An invisible shockwave rolled outward from the point where the gargantuan rift touched the ground, exerting an almost irresistible force. Sunny braced himself, but still staggered as the wave passed through him, barely managing to stay on his feet. His mind was drowned by the deafening, cacophonous howling of the call. It was many times louder, more unbearable, and maddeningly demanding than it had ever been before. Sunny desperately resisted the overwhelming desire to submit. All around them, the awakened warriors screamed as they grabbed their heads and fell to their knees. Their eyes were wide open, but unseeing. Some were bleeding, and some seemed to be crawling toward the gate. Some were thrown to the ground by the shockwave. The invisible force made no distinction between those serving valor and those serving song. They were all the same in the face of the harrowing rift. Mundane humans, if any had come to witness this battle, would have been outright killed by the pressure of the gate. Sunny staggered back and looked up at it in terror. His lips moved. It's a Category 4 nightmare gate. And, just as he said those words, the world shook again, and another rift tore through the sky. The world convulsed, and one more sliced the fabric of reality apart. Like three dark pillars holding up the heavens, or three vile spears cruelly thrust into the flesh of the world, three colossal nightmare gates surrounded the battlefield, cutting out all paths of retreat. Not that there was a way to escape them. The three armies, the valiant warriors of Clan Valor, the fearless soldiers of Clan Song, and those awakened of the evacuation army that had come as escorts of Saint Cor, were trapped between the abhorrent black rifts. And then, something vast moved in the abyssal darkness of the first gate. Those who had enough presence of mind left to see witnessed something shift within the nightmare gate. A moment later, giant fingers suddenly pushed from it into the waking world, each as large as a tower. There were dozens of them, all dark and strangely human-like, with black, broken fingernails and torn, calloused skin. That was when the darkness within the other two gates moved, as well. He considered his chances of outrunning the tide of corrupted and great abominations that would enter the waking world in mere moments. Even with Nightmare and Shadow Step, the chances were 0. If even the saints were obliterated in seconds, a master like him had no chance at all. Nephi suddenly shuddered, and then grabbed him by the shoulder. Her lips parted. Realm. Escaping into the dream realm. That is the only way. He stared at her with hollow eyes, trying to understand the meaning of these words. What is she on about? Then, with tremendous effort, Sunny forced himself to calm down and regain his composure. He could, barely, think again. Escaping into the dream realm? That was indeed a chance. No one knew what they would find there, but it could very well be better than being trapped between three Category 4 nightmare gates. At least, that way, there was a possibility of survival. Here, there was only death. Or something much worse. The problem was that the process of traveling between worlds was not instantaneous. It took time to open the door between the waking world and the dream realm, and even more time to step through. Would they be fast enough to escape? There is only one way to find out. Staring at the great horror slowly pushing its vast body through the broken abyssal rift, Sunny took a deep breath, and tried to feel his dream realm anchor. Chapter 1204 Battle of the Black Skull, 18, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 1204 Battle of the Black Skull, 18. Sunny and Nephi stood side by side as they watched utter devastation being unleashed by creature crawling out of the colossal nightmare gates. The gargantuan black tentacles were still far away, but they were getting closer with every moment. Numerous awakened had already been killed, and more were going to die soon. It was too sudden, too much. There were a lot of things that Sunny needed to comprehend, accept, and think about, the future. Cassie, Effie, and Kai. Jet. But there was no time to think. It was almost impossible, anyway, the call was roaring in his mind, making any kind of thought difficult. All he could do right now was concentrate on his own survival. One thing Sunny did do, however, was dismiss his shadows. They would be of no help against the great being, but losing them to this catastrophe was just too easy. Ruined, it's all ruined. Sunny tried to sense his connection to the dream realm. As a master, he could leave the waking world at will. It took some time to activate the connection, and usually, he would be transported to his anchor citadel in a matter of minutes. That was not going to happen today, of course. Being in close proximity to a nightmare gate disturbed the anchor, so entering the dream realm near them meant being pulled by the call and entering the area surrounding the seed instead. Currently, Sunny was in the area of effect of 4 different nightmare gates. He didn't even know which seed he would be pulled to, but anything was better than remaining on the desolate plain that was going to be flooded with indescribably powerful abominations very soon. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In front of him, a scene out of a nightmare was playing out. No one on the battlefield was strong enough to resist the being unleashed by the nightmare gate, all they could do was try to run, fail, and die. Those who succumbed to the call could not even run. Scores of awakened, echoes, and enthralled abominations were all being torn apart and pulverized. The seething mass of dark flesh, meanwhile, continued to squeeze itself through the gate. The black fingers continued to hold the rift apart, but there was also a gargantuan hand that had emerged from the abyssal nothingness entirely, plunging down to grab a fistful of screaming humans. I need to succumb to the call, as well. Sunny had spent it was close to 8 months, by now, the last 8 months having his mind almost constantly assaulted by the insidious whispers of the call. Sometimes they were loud, and sometimes they were quiet enough to seem nearly absent. It had been hard to deal with the maddening pressure at first, but slowly, he developed a sort of resistance to the call. He had learned how to fight it. Nephi looked back at him, something grotesque and lumbering reflecting in her striking gray eyes. She nodded. Yes. Then, she hesitated for a second, and took a deep breath. Sunny. I need to tell you something. He gritted his teeth, suddenly frightened that what she was going to say would sound like a farewell. Nevertheless, he forced himself to ask. What? Neff lingered for a bit. Then, as the ground under them trembled violently, she suddenly looked away. What she said next was entirely unexpected. The projector, back in your house, it didn't really explode by itself. I lied. Actually, I broke it. So. I'm really sorry. Sunny stared at her in disbelief. His mind short-circuited for a moment. How is her tone so, what? He blinked, and then scoffed. Why the hell? However, he did not finish the sentence. Suddenly, the world disappeared, and Sunny saw, or rather, perceived, a boundless void. It was the familiar, empty void between dream and reality. A moment later, he was suddenly blinded by bright sunlight, and assaulted by unbearable heat. Falling on something soft and scorching, Sunny rolled and frantically tried to sense the surrounding space through the shadows. The battle was now behind him. He had reached the nightmare desert. Chapter 1205 Into the Fire. Heat. It was hot. Lethally hot, a mundane human would not have lasted in this suffocating heat for long. Even as a master, Sunny was struggling to breathe. His skin was burning. Sitting on the sand, hunched, he covered his eyes and looked up at the merciless white sun. The sun was like a small silver coin that hung high in the cloudless azure sky. White sand. Azure sky. This was indeed the desert Nephi had once tried to cross. The one that lay east of the forgotten shore, stretching far and wide along the hollow mountains. He couldn't see the dreadful black peaks, though. Either this part of the nightmare desert was much further north than the small fragment Nephi had traversed, or much further east, where the hollow mountains were no more. In either case, Sunny was in big trouble. Nephi had told them that the further one went into the desert, the more dangerous it became. Eventually, she could not advance anymore, and chose to take her chances in the mountains instead. Just how deadly was this desert, for Nephi to decide that venturing into a known death zone was a better choice? There was one more thing, too. If it was the same desert, then he had to find shelter before the night came. Failing to do so meant death. Death. Sunny sighed. He was sitting on the white sand, casting 5 stark shadows. A few dozen seconds had already passed since his arrival in this cursed land, and very soon, something was bound to find and attack him. He had to move, but his mind was plagued by too many thoughts. It's useless, it's all useless. Just a few minutes ago, Sunny had been full of a sense of triumph. He had defeated a saint. He had won. His desperate plan had come so close to fruition. With Dire Fong's death, the balance on the battlefield had been bound to shift. Mordred's reflections would have been destroyed, the remaining 2 enemy saints would have been either killed or forced into retreat. Clan Valor would have achieved a sweeping victory. None of its key figures would have perished, and plenty of Awakened would have remained alive to continue defending East Antarctica until the winter solstice. He felt a slight tremor run through the sand beneath him and grimaced. Escape. How could he escape the nightmare desert? There were 4 ways. The first one was to cross the desert and find a path through the hollow mountains. Needless to say, surviving a journey through 2 entire death zones was highly improbable. The second way was to find one of the saints who had survived the nightmare gates and successfully escaped into the desert. Saints could travel back to the waking world without the help of a gateway, and they could even bring a person or 2 with them. Sunny was not sure that he could convince anyone except for Saint Tyrus to save him instead of all others, and there were still Nephi's, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet to think about. Any saint that left would not be coming back to this corner of the desert, since that would require returning to the proximity of the gargantuan nightmare gates. So, that way would most likely not work either. The third way was to become a saint himself. That was, of course, even more suicidal than trying to traverse both the nightmare desert and the hollow mountains. Sunny had barely survived the second nightmare. He had been beheaded, had his heart ripped out of his chest, barely survived thanks to stumbling on Noctis by pure luck, almost lost himself in the endless sea of nightmares, fought against an entire army of Awakened, and even faced Mordred at the end. The third nightmare would be much more harrowing, and even if he somehow transcended, there was a high possibility that the Sovereigns would make him disappear as a result. Which left only the fourth way. The only plausible one. Sunny had to find the Black Skull Citadel, and use its gateway to return to the waking world. That, too, was more easily said than done. The nightmare desert, after all, was vast. And full of all kinds of horrors. The main problem, though, was that only 2 people knew the location of the citadel. One of them was Morgan, and the other one was Mordred. So, he had to find one of them first. Either one will do. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, and then suddenly jumped back. A split second after he did, the sand under him exploded, and countless hands rose from beneath it, clawing at the air. Here we go. It's starting. Chapter 1206 Nightmare Desert. A tenebrous black steed was flying across the white sands of the nightmare desert, pursued by an unseen horror. Sunny was leaning from the saddle, shielding his eyes against the scorching wind as he brandished the sin of solace. A hand that shot from beneath the ground was cleanly severed and dissolved into a swirl of ash. Curses, that thing is persistent. Behind him, a vast swath of the desert was changing. It was almost imperceptible unless one knew what to look for, the minute tremors running through the sand, the slight tilt of the dunes, the subtle shifting of the shadows. Something enormous was moving beneath the sand, following him. He had already used 4 out of his 5 shadows to augment Nightmare, leaving only one to strengthen the enchantment of the memory of fire through the underworld armament. That allowed him some measure of relief from the unbearable heat of the desert, at least. But even with the help of the 4 shadows, his mount was not fast enough to outrun the creature. Much worse, it was not the only abomination in this part of the desert. In fact, Sunny was surrounded by nightmare creatures. There were too many of them to count, all moving in the same direction. They were responding to the call, pulled to the blooming seed of nightmare by its sweet promise. Luckily, most abominations seemed to be in a strange state. It was as though they were hypnotized, forgetting about everything except for the goal of reaching the seed and entering the waking world through it. As long as Sunny did not get in their way, most paid him no attention. It was deeply disturbing, really. Sunny had only ever seen nightmare creatures in the throes of murderous frenzy. Having them walk past him with detached indifference was somehow more frightening than facing them in a bloody battle. Crap, crap, crap. The desert was wide and flawlessly white, and the towering figures of abominations were moving across it with measured steps, separated from each other by a considerable distance. Their shadows were like long lines of stark blackness. With a sigh, he dismissed the endless spring and looked around. From the height of the dune, Sunny could see far and wide. He could send his shadows to explore, too, if need be. However, that would be risky. He wasn't sure that he was ready to part with even a single shadow in this dangerous and unpredictable land. There was no need to, anyway. There were white dunes around him as far as the eye could see. Countless nightmare creatures could be seen, as well, moving in the same direction. There were also black ruins peppering the desert, half buried in sand. Those ruins did not really seem like the remains of buildings. Their shape was too strange, and their dimensions were all wrong. The structures, whatever they had once been, all differed in size. A smaller ruin would not be much of a shelter, but some of the larger ones he saw could save him come the night. Of course, there was also the Black Pyramid. Sunny held his breath as he looked at its ominous silhouette. The tomb of Ariel was always in view, far in the distance. However, no matter how long one moved in the direction of the perfectly symmetrical black edifice, it never grew closer, remaining out of touch like a mirage. That thing might not even be real. But Sunny felt that it was. He also knew that there had to be a way to get closer to it. Nephi's had never seen the Black Pyramid before, after all, which meant that it could only be seen from certain parts of the desert. Which also meant that there had to be a path to it. Who cares? Sunny certainly didn't. He had no ambitions of conquering the tomb of Ariel. In fact, he wanted to avoid it at all costs. All he wanted to do was find his friends and escape the cursed desert, as soon as possible. Grimacing, Sunny chose one of the larger ruins that rose from the sand many kilometers away, and sent Nightmare into a gallop. Chapter 1207 First Night. On the way to the ruin, Sunny stumbled on a human. It was the first survivor of the Battle of the Black Skull that he saw in the desert. Sadly, the man was already dead. His body lay on the white sand, staring at the merciless azure sky with glassy eyes. Sunny vaguely recognized him as one of Clan Song's Ascended. They had never spoken to each other before, but he recalled seeing the man during the battle against the Titanic horde, back in East Antarctica. The Ascended's memory armor had dissipated after its master's death, so the body was only covered by a torn bodysuit. There were several wounds in view, but none of them were serious enough to doom a master. It was unclear what had brought upon the man's death. Maybe there was severe internal damage, or maybe it was simply the heat that had killed him. With a sigh, Sunny jumped off Nightmare, kneeled, and closed the man's eyes. There was not much more he could do, so he just remained motionless for a few moments, then climbed back into the saddle and continued on his way. His mood was somber. In the end, the sun had almost disappeared beyond the dunes by the time Sunny reached the large ruin. Scared by the prospect of remaining in the open after dark, he hurriedly dismissed his shadow and climbed over the weathered black stones. He quickly found a narrow fissure in the sand-covered floor and squeezed through it, eventually reaching an underground chamber. Near the end of the narrow crawlway, the stones shifted under his weight, and Sunny fell down in an avalanche of sand. He landed awkwardly and was about to let out a relieved sigh when something cold touched his neck. A steel blade. A hoarse voice resounded from above. "What do we have here?" Sunny carefully put his fingers on the blade of an enchanted glaive and slowly pushed it away from his skin. "Can you not? I really don't want to have my head cut off, again." There was a moment of silence, and then a soft gasp. "Sunny?" Looking up, he saw a curious scene. The underground chamber was not very large, and there were two beautiful women hiding inside. Both of them were bruised and battered, with grim expressions on their enticing faces. One of them was Jet, and the other one was Xianxia. Soul Reaper was closer to the hole he had fallen from, so she had lashed out with her glaive on instinct. "Yeah, it's me. Say, why are you two sitting here in complete darkness?" Jet leaned back and smiled. "Yes, we were trying to kill each other. This wench even tried to bite me. It was really gross. But what does it matter now? Here in the desert, there are no sides. Just us, and the nightmare creatures. So, there was no reason to fight anymore when we stumbled on each other." Xianxia gave her a long look. "Who are you calling a wench, you corpse?" She grimaced, as if nauseated. Wait, did Xianxia try to drink Jet's blood? It must not have tasted too pleasant, judging by that expression. Of all the people on the battlefield, she just had to go and clash with the only person who countered her aspect. Compared to her, even Sunny's luck seemed wonderful. Xianxia lingered for a few moments, then returned the endless spring and gave Sunny a long look. "What about you, Sunless? The last I saw of you, Dire Fong was heading to your position. How did you survive?" Sunny received the glass bottle and smiled pleasantly. "Oh, actually, I killed him." The two of them stared at him with wide eyes. "Right. I received a reward for slaying Dire Fong. I didn't even check." Xianxia opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment, they heard a terrifying sound. It came from above, from the sides, from everywhere. The dead were rising to continue their eternal battle. Soon, a distant cacophony of titanic blows and inhuman roars seeped into the chamber through the hole in its roof, and the stones surrounding them vibrated. Streams of sand flowed through the cracks in the black tiles. No one was in the mood to talk after that. They just sat in silence, tense, and waited. Time passed. Then, a different sound reached their ears. Someone, or something, was crawling through the narrow fissure, descending into the underground chamber. Chapter 1208 Newcomer. Instantly, all three of them, Sunny, Jet, and Xianxia, were on guard. Jet readied her glaive, while Sunny gripped the hilt of the Sin of Solace tighter. Xianxia, meanwhile, lowered her hand slightly, as if preparing to defend herself with bare fists. The cursed sword whispered into Sunny's ear. "Use them as a shield, take a step back, and let whatever comes feast on their flesh first." Sunny struggled to ignore it. Before, he had not dared to send his shadows outside to keep an eye on the desert, with how dreadful the creatures populating it at night were. Many of them were bound to possess means of destroying intangible things. Sunny did not want to risk one of his shadows being obliterated. But now, he regretted that decision. As his expression hardened, streams of sand fell from above, and then, someone jumped softly on the stone plates of the chamber's floor. Sunny felt immense relief. It was a human. Jet remained on guard, but Xianxia seemed to relax. She straightened slightly and let out a soft sigh, her exquisitely beautiful face illuminated by a pale smile. "Ascended Sue, you have survived, as well." They were safe. The newcomer was not a terrifying nightmare creature, it was a survivor like the three of them. One of the masters of clan song. The man groaned slightly, then shielded his eyes from the bright light of the luminous memory. His hand trembled slightly. Lady. Lady Song? Looking at him, Sunny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of fear like he had never experienced before wrapped its fingers around his heart. He almost staggered back, but forced himself to remain in place, wearing the same expression as before. What the hell? Sunny stared at the newcomer. The man was tall and muscular. His black hair was cut short, revealing a strong, handsome face. His eyes were like two pools of darkness, and there was a strained smile on his cracked lips. Ascended Su wielded no weapons and wore no armor. He was dressed in a dark red bodysuit, which was torn, revealing ugly lacerations and bruises covering his body. It was, without a doubt, the dead man whose eyes Sunny had closed just a few hours ago. Sunny shivered, and even the blurry figure of the Sin of Solace who stood beside him suddenly seemed wary. Saishan took a deep breath. Then, Sunny sent a message to Saishan. That is not Ascended Su. Think of an answer, and I will hear it. The beautiful woman did not show any sign of surprise as her answer resounded in his mind. What are you talking about? I know this man. He and I grew up together. Wait. Did the son of Anvil take his body? Gods. I never thought I would say something like that, but I wish it really was Mordred. Sunny summoned the runes, seeking the prize he had received for slaying Dire Fong. No. Something else took his body. His dead body. Something old, vast, and powerful. I saw the corpse on the way to the ruin. The creature, meanwhile, seemed a little disappointed. Its smile grew bleak. Of course. We will stick together, and search for more people. Once the morning comes. Yes? Sunny stared at a particular string of runes, and then offered the endless spring to the corpse of Ascended Su. Forcing out a smile, he said. That sounds like a plan. Here, some water. You must be dying of thirst. The creature accepted the glass bottle with an awkward nod. Yes. Yes. I am thirsty. Sunny smiled as he watched it bring the bottle to the corpse's lips. Then, without changing expression, he silently thrust the Sin of Solace into the creature's chest. At the same time, a blade made of darkness appeared from behind, piercing the dead man's back. Saint escaped from the shadows, her eyes burning with crimson flames. A whirlwind of white sparks rose around Sunny, almost filling the entire chamber. Jet and Saishan were already moving, too. The creature looked at the endless spring, which was disappearing from the corpse's hand, and titled its head a little. Yes. I am thirsty. Its smile widened into a grin, and Ascended Su's face was distorted by that grin, turning into a wicked parody of what a human face was supposed to look like. The corpse's hand shot up with impossible speed, grabbing the blades of Sunny's and Saint's swords. The pristine white jade of the Sin of Solace seemed to warp under immense pressure. Sunny suddenly felt cold. Not good. Chapter 1209 No Way Out. The Sin of Solace was a transcendent memory, and one that had an enchantment enhancing the material of the blade, at that. And yet, as soon as the creature grabbed the white jade, Sunny felt that it was moments away from breaking. He had been planning to deliver the follow-up strike while augmenting the cursed sword with all 5 of his shadows, but it felt like if he did, there would be no sword for him to augment. Cursing, Sunny hurriedly dismissed the jade blade and staggered back. At the same time, Master Su moved, and Saint was suddenly flying back. She hit the wall of the chamber with a deafening boom, shattering the black stones and creating a deep crater. White sand flowed from the cracks, falling on her broken armor. A split second later, Jet brought her glade down on the harrowing creature. Its ghostly blade passed through the abomination's dead flesh unimpeded, cutting straight into its soul. Then, a net of black cracks spread through the enchanted steel, and it exploded into countless fragments. Startled, Soul Reaper lost her balance. Saishan's delicate hands were like demonic claws, easily slicing through the creature's neck. But the creature was still smiling. The wound on its chest that the Sin of Solace had left behind had already closed. The deep cut delivered by Saint's sword was gone, too. As Sunny, Jet, and Saishan watched in horror, the mangled neck of Master Su rippled and healed, with not a speck left on his skin. What? Saishan's voice suddenly sounded small. At the same time, she sent Sunny a tense mental message. What do we do? He was the one who had informed her about the nature of the newcomer, so Saishan must have hoped that Sunny knew something about how to deal with the creature. However, he did not. He only knew that fighting it was suicidal. Sunny did not hesitate at all. Dismissing Saint, he dashed back and shouted. Run! In the next moment, the whirlwind of sparks filling the chamber finally coalesced into a lumbering, monstrous figure. A bestial hand exploded forward, swatting Master Su aside and slamming him against the wall. The spell whispered into Sunny's ears. Your echo has been destroyed. He staggered and gritted his teeth. Just like that? Sunny knew that the echo of Dire Fang would not be able to defeat the harrowing creature, but still, he had not expected it to be destroyed in mere seconds. He had just gotten that echo. And now, it was gone. Just what kind of horror was wearing the body of Master Su? No matter what it was, the three of them were not capable of fighting it. Even if Dire Fang himself had been here, or all the other saints of the great clans, Sunny was not sure that the abomination could have been stopped. Summoning Nightmare, he shouted to Jet and Saishan. Get on. Soul Reaper stared at him for a split second. But I still don't know how to ride a horse. Sunny was already running away. Figure it out, if you want to live. A moment later, both Jet and Saishan climbed onto Nightmare. The black steed instantly rushed away from the narrow fissure in the stone floor. Sunny was just a step or two ahead, turning into a swift shadow. Together, the four of them flew out of the ruin and plunged into the dreadful havoc of the eternal battle. Chapter 12 10 Dead Soldiers. Nightmare flew through the battlefield where the servants of dead deities fought against each other, unable to resolve their ancient grudge even after thousands of years had passed. All around the galloping steed, giants made of black bones clashed with murderous fury. Each strike of a rusted blade, each blow of a vicious claw, each snap of crushing jaws produced powerful shockwaves that stirred the white sand and made it seem as if the world was on the verge of collapsing. Angry sparks flew into the air, and a cacophonous clangor filled the dark sky. Crazy, this is crazy. Sunny was in the form of a shadow, gliding across the sand in front of Nightmare. He was serving as a guide, and the black stallion followed, carrying Jet and Saishan. Sunny's mind was in overdrive, absorbing every minute detail of what was happening around them. He had to find a way to avoid the ancient race and slip between them, somehow, while not being destroyed by their destructive wrath. It was not easy, no, it was almost impossible. His only saving grace was that the dead did not seem to pay them any attention. Still, just the aftershocks of their dreadful attacks were enough to obliterate a puny ascended like Sunny. Damn it all. As they moved away from the ruin, Sunny saw a black skeleton easily parting the night sky with its obsidian sword. The abominable bone behemoth that had been attacking the dead swordsman shuddered and collapsed, making the whole desert shake. Its mountain-like skeleton, almost a kilometer long, was cleanly cut in half along the spine. A phalanx of ancient warriors marching forward to meet the charge of monstrous skeletal cavalry. The moment the two tides of black bones met, millions of stars were suddenly extinguished in the sky. Two giants colliding above the dunes. One wielded a sword, while the other had iron shackles fastened around its wrists and ankles. The heavy chains rang as a gargantuan shackled hand shot forward, grabbing the colossal sword and flinging it away. Their bottomless embrace. The steel blade flashed past his intangible form like a wall of steel, barely missing Sunny himself. Right in the direction of Sunny. Curse. We need to hide. Suddenly, Sunny saw a flash of light somewhere far away. He couldn't really perceive colors while in the form of a shadow, but from the purity of the light, he knew that it had to be white. Some distance away, obscured by countless fighting skeletons, a white halo was rising above the desert. There. Without spending too much time doubting himself, Sunny pivoted and flew toward the distant light. Nightmare followed, foam falling from his mouth. All around them, the armies of the dead continued to annihilate each other, their battle slowly turning into a frenzied, apocalyptic scene of the end of the world. Sunny knew that he was going to die. He was supposed to be dead already, the power of the clashing creatures was too great for mere mortals to survive. And yet, it seemed that luck was on his side today. Somehow, they were continuing to cling to their lives. Eventually, they reached the source of the white light. Hidden behind rolling white dunes, a stone edifice protruded from the sand. It was surrounded by a ring of white flame, and, strangely enough, none of the black skeletons dared to cross it. Sunny did not risk plunging into the fire, either. Instead, he stepped through the shadows and appeared within the ring of flames. Nightmare simply jumped over them, landing nearby. The ruin was in front of them, seemingly empty. There was no movement inside. Feeling his heart start to beat faster, Sunny glanced at the white flame, and then at the broken black stones. His breath grew heavy. Nef? The source of this content no/v, l, by, n. Chapter 12:11 Until Dawn. The harrowing battle was still raging all around them, and Sunny struggled to suppress the feeling of primordial terror that threatened to overwhelm his reason. Thinking back to their mad dash across the dark battlefield, he felt his hands tremble. How the hell did they survive? He winced, and pushed the fear to the side. There was no time to be afraid. Glancing at Jet and Xianxia, Sunny nodded silently, and took a step toward the ruin. No matter what awaited them inside, they couldn't remain in the open. The ancient structure was in a sorry state. It had withstood thousands of years of heat and wind, but was nearly destroyed by whatever it was that had transpired here minutes ago. The spherical dome was ruptured, and stone shards lay on the white sand, some covered in dancing flames. It was as though a powerful explosion had wrecked it from within, spreading fire and debris all around. A few chunks of broken stone were large and heavy enough to crush an armored vehicle. Sunny extended his shadow sense as far as he could, but the black walls of the ruined structure were somehow blocking it. Followed by Jet and Xianxia, he carefully approached the hole in the dome's wrecked wall, lingered for a moment, and jumped inside. The first thing that met them was the stench of burned flesh. The ruin was much smaller than the one they had sheltered in before, and from the looks of it, there was no path to the underground portion of the structure. There was only this one spherical chamber, with its floor partially buried under the sand. A blackened corpse lay in the middle of the round hall. It seemed human, but it was impossible to tell who that human had been. The corpse was burned too badly, and all its features were destroyed by the flame. There was someone else in the chamber, too. Sunny cursed and dashed forward, appearing near the motionless figure a split second later. Nefis was laying on the black stones, her armor almost destroyed, with her eyes closed. Wisps of white fire were escaping from the terrible wounds covering her body, and in the bleak light, her face looked pale and vulnerable. No, no, no. A moment later, a relieved sigh escaped from his lips. She was alive, just unconscious. The wounds were already healing, too, just in these few short seconds, their edges had already grown closer. Jet and Xianxia slowly approached. Soul Reaper kneeled, studying the charred corpse. After a while, Sunny forced himself to turn away from Nef and asked, "Who is it? Can you tell?" Follow current novels on NOV/3LB, in co/m. Jet hesitated, then shook her head. "No, the body is too damaged. However, it gives me the creeps." The three of them remained silent for a few moments, wondering what had happened here. Nefis flinched, then sat up and grabbed the endless spring. She drank from it greedily, and then looked at Sunny. White sparks danced in her eyes, as if agitated. How are you here?" He shrugged. "I told you that I would see you on the other side." Sunny lingered for a few moments and scoffed. "What? Don't look at me like that. To be honest, we saw the light of your flames from afar, and rushed here, hoping to find shelter. If not for that, we'd be dead for sure." Nefis glanced at Jet and Xianxia. A small frown appeared on her face. Then, she suddenly shuddered and turned around, staring at the spot where the charred corpse had been before. Xianxia finally spoke. "We got rid of it. We have encountered a creature that can possess corpses. So, keeping a dead body with us did not seem safe." Nephi shivered. "Yes. I have encountered such a creature, too." Sunny remained silent for a while, wondering how was it that she had managed to kill the damn thing. Did it have something to do with her ascended ability, longing? Or the nature of her aspect in general? The dead of the nightmare desert seemed unwilling to approach the white flames, too. More importantly, was there more than one creature like the one they had fought? Or was it a creature capable of inhabiting multiple vessels at the same time? His expression was grim. "Do you know what that thing was?" Nephi hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. "I'm not sure, but I think I do." She grimaced, looked at her ruined armor, and raised one trembling hand. There were 3 nightmare gates, but only 2 gate guardians entered the waking world. The third. "I think that it stayed behind in the dream realm." Nephi grew quiet for a bit, and then added. "To hunt us." Chapter 12 Pursuer. There was not much time to talk. If the guardian of a Category 4 gate was really on their trail, then they needed to run. Even if Nephi was wrong, the creature they had met was immeasurably strong. Considering its power and frightening level of intelligence, it had to be a great devil, at least. It was much more likely to be a tyrant, or something even more terrifying. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. Sunny had killed a great devil once, but that was not a real kill. The spawn of the vile thieving bird had been unborn, and weakened by thousands of years of neglect in the branches of the soul-devouring tree. More than that, Sunny had only survived that encounter because of his unique soul composition. Only after meeting an actual great nightmare creature did he realize how harrowing these beings truly were. The thing pretending to be Ascended Su was not even the real body of the abomination. Most likely, it was simply one of its manifestations. But it had already been strong enough to shrug off all their attacks, severely wound Saint, and destroy a transcendent echo in mere seconds. As for whether it was the gate guardian, logically speaking, that was impossible. Nightmare creatures were compelled by the seeds, unable to refuse their call. All they could do was be drawn by it and invade the waking world. However, Sunny had already seen that the great abominations were not as beholden to the rule of the spell as the lesser creatures. One of them had actually used its power to forcefully widen the nightmare gate. If one of the gate guardians was capable of that, who was to say that a different one couldn't stay back to slaughter those humans who would flee to the dream realm? "Hurry, we need to hurry." Mere minutes after Nephi regained consciousness, the 4 of them abandoned the ruined stone dome and ventured into the desert. For now, their destination was simple. They were fleeing in the direction opposite of where Master Su had been seen last, as fast as they could. As the 4 exhausted masters fled across the desert, they learned about what had happened to Neph. She had left the waking world soon after Sunny, and was drawn into the nightmare desert like the rest of them. Nephi fought against several nightmare creatures and eventually found another human, one of the Valor Ascended. Together, they sought and found a shelter to survive the approaching night. There was something strange about that Ascended, though. When she offered to heal his wounds, the man refused. His excuse was that she should save her essence for when they find more people. But Nephi felt that he wanted to avoid touching her flames, which put her on guard. It was only after the dead rose from the sand that the Ascended attacked her. Suddenly, Sunny felt a shiver run down his spine. He looked around, taking in the immaculately white landscape of the desert, almost expecting to see a dark figure to be following them from afar. But, of course, if the corpse of Master Su was indeed following them, it would not allow itself to be seen. Sunny did see something else, though. There, in the vast azure sky, why was there a black dot there? He stopped and looked up, gesturing for the others to prepare. There were still abominations traversing the desert on their way to the nightmare seeds, even if there were fewer of them than there had been yesterday. Some of them were of the winged variety, too. However, those creatures flew straight toward the seeds, not paying attention to anything else. The black dot, however, was moving in the wrong direction. It was barreling straight at them. Sunny, Nephice, Jet, and Xianxia raised their weapons, ready to face the worst. Less than a minute later, the dark figure fell from the sky and landed just a few meters away from them, raising a cloud of sand into the air. Ivory armor, auburn hair, an infuriatingly handsome face, and magnetic green eyes that were shining with relief and concern. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Kai? His friend let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his brow. Then, he smiled brightly, making Nephice, Xianxia, and even Jet blush a little. Thank the gods. I've found you. Chapter 12-13 Search and Rescue. Kai looked a bit tired and dehydrated, but other than that, he seemed fine. His transcendent armor had originated from a fire-breathing dragon. After all, out of all them, he was probably capable of dealing with the lethal heat of the nightmare desert best. Looking at his friend, Sunny felt profound relief. He knew, of course, that the government force had been caught between the three gates as well. They had not participated in the battle, and were protected by a saint, so their chances of escaping into the dream realm unscathed had been high. However, knowing and seeing were two different things. Now that Sunny saw Kai, a huge burden had been lifted from his heart. It was a bit bizarre, of course, to be happy about a friend becoming trapped in a death zone with very little hope of ever returning to the waking world, but considering the situation, one had to count their blessings. Sunny exhaled slowly. Kai, you really know how to make an entrance, don't you? Where's Effie? The archer smiled. She's fine. We are with a sizable group of survivors. Many people have entered the desert near each other and naturally bonded together. My farsight and flight abilities make me the best person to search for survivors, so I've been scouring the desert. It's really fortunate that I stumbled on you first thing in the morning. Nephice, Xianxia, Colonel Jet. It's good to see you all safe and sound. Makes sense. Kai's ability to see things from a ridiculous distance, and even peer straight through solid matter, made him uniquely suited for search and rescue missions, not to mention that he could traverse great distances swiftly with his extremely fast flight ability. Still, the archer must have fought more than one flying abomination and risked his life on several occasions to make sure that as many humans as possible survived. How very Kai of him. Neff and Jet greeted the handsome young man warmly. Even Xianxia, who was usually reserved, spared him a small smile. It was strange for Sunny to see someone interact with representatives of Clan Valor, Clan Song, and the government without making any distinction. But then again, Kai had no part in the conflict between the great clans. More than that, even though Sunny kept forgetting it, the archer was the only member of Neff's cohort who had spent a considerable amount of time living in the Bright Castle under Gunlog's rule. While it was doubtful that Kai and Xianxia had interacted a lot, their stations were too different. It was certain that they knew each other much better than the rest of them knew the daughter of Qi Song. The creature? We have encountered many creatures. Which one are you talking about? Sunny and Nephice exchanged a glance. There's a great abomination hunting the survivors in the desert. It can possess dead bodies, and it is also smart enough to perfectly imitate human behavior. We barely survived encountering it. Kai paled a little. Gods. In that case, I have to inform the others as soon as possible. Sadly, I have not only found survivors. I've found a few bodies, as well, some of them not too far from our camp. Luckily, none of them seem to be moving. We have not faced that horror yet. He frowned, then raised an eyebrow. What? Why are you looking at me like that, Sunny? Sunny lingered for a few long moments and let out a heavy sigh. We're facing. You might not have faced it yet, true. Nephice added evenly. Or you might have faced it already. You just didn't know what you were facing. Kai's expression grew ugly. Sunny looked at the boundless expanse of pristine white dunes. It is really hard to tell that thing apart from real humans. So, how many survivors are in your group? How many of them had been with you from the very start, and how many joined recently? Feeling a cold shiver run down his spine, He hesitated for a few moments, and then asked. How many people did Wake of Ruin take with him back to the waking world? Chapter 12-14 Source of Nightmares. Move, monster. An ascendant of Clan Valor had fear in his eyes as he pushed Mordred in the back with the butt of his spear. Mordred had already been walking as fast as he could, so the forceful push made him stumble and fall. The blistering white sand burned his mangled face. He sighed, then struggled to stand up. One of his eyes was gone, and he had only one hand left. His reflections had all been destroyed. His body was in a sorry state. Even though Mordred had managed to escape the rampage of the Great Being, his luck in the Nightmare Desert was awful. Soon after entering it, he stumbled on the pursuing Gate Guardian, and after barely surviving that unfortunate encounter, a band of surviving masters of Clan Valor ambushed and overpowered him. He had failed to finish off his sister, too. A pity. Now, his arms were bound behind his back with enchanted shackles. Even if he wanted to abandon his original body, he was temporarily trapped within it. The heavy chains were probably not the tool Morgan had planned to imprison him with, but they too were forged by his father. Getting out of the shackles was going to be troublesome. If anything, though, having only one hand left could help with that. Stand up, Ordret sighed in exasperation. I'm trying, really now, is this how you treat a Prince of Valor? Instead of the answer, the master angrily hit him in the ribs. Mordred plopped back into the scorching sand. Another voice resounded from somewhere above. Stop it. You're only slowing us down, the Skinwalker has to be drawing close. If we want to survive, we need to reach the Citadel as soon as possible. Indeed, that was the only reason that the stragglers of Clan Valor had kept him alive. They wanted Mordred to show them the way to the Black Skull Citadel. The Nightmare Desert was vast, but with the Echo Mounts, the band of survivors had been able to traverse a great deal of distance in the past day. Their luck was also not too bad. The area where the call had pulled them was not that far from the Citadel. With Mordred's help, they managed to make it most of the way there. The last stretch, however, had to be traversed on foot. Someone pulled him to his feet. The woman was trying to appear calm, but he could feel her fear. The Ascended had encountered the Skinwalker, too. In fact, the ones with him now were simply those who had survived the encounter. They knew that death, or something much worse, was relentlessly pursuing them. All of them were utterly exhausted, suffering from the inhuman conditions of the White Desert, and under terrible mental strain because of the harrowing feeling of being pursued. Nobody knew whether the corpse of Master Su was on their trail or not, but just the possibility of meeting the creature again was enough to fill them with a suffocating sense of dread. The abominations they fought were all powerful and dreadful, too. Out of the 5 of them, Nephi seemed to be affected the least. However, she was struggling with her own burden. Looking at the flawlessly white expanse of white dunes, she shook her head and sighed quietly. I never thought I would return here one day. Or, at least, so soon. For them, this land was called the Nightmare Desert simply because it was the source of the chain of nightmares. But for Nephis, for her, it was the source of her personal nightmares. She had never spoken about her time here in detail, but Sunny knew that it must have been a gruesome experience. Gruesome enough that the proud and strong Changing Star had agreed to receive psychological counseling, even. This desert, and whatever she had experienced in the second nightmare, were not things one could easily forget. I can imagine. No, actually, I don't think I can. Sunny had only spent a day in the Nightmare Desert, and that was as a master, in the company of other people. Yet the sight of endless white dunes was already making him feel a hint of despair. What would it have been like, to get lost in this cursed land alone, as a powerless sleeper? We're getting close. Kai's voice distracted him from the heavy thoughts. In front of them, the sand receded a little, and 5 strangely shaped metal towers could be seen protruding from it, arranged in a semicircle. The sunlight was reflecting on the polished metal, making it even more blinding. Each tower had a different height, with the shortest of them being at least several dozen meters tall. Sunny stared at them for a few moments before realizing what the towers were. They were the tips of 5 fingers belonging to a colossal steel gauntlet. The gauntlet itself was buried under sand. He did not know what creature could have worn the gauntlet, and where the rest of it was, and, right now, Sunny did not care. All he cared about was that the towers were hollow, and there was shade inside. There are also people inside. Sunny's expression turned grim as he followed Kai toward the temporary camp of the survivors. It'll be good if there are only people. Chapter 12-15 Steel Tower. There were lookouts hiding in the shadows of the 5 towers. Of course, Sunny had no trouble noticing them, all of them were masters, and in a very rough shape. Just like Sunny, they had gone from participating in a bloody battle to entering the nightmare desert and being forced to fight for their lives without a real opportunity to rest. Updated from Asters of the Great Clan Valor, Great Clan Song, and the government were working together without a second thought. Even though some of the wounds they bore had been delivered by the other humans in the group, no one thought about continuing the feud. All conflict had been forgotten in the face of the ruthless desert. How sweet. Indeed, the spell had a way of bringing people together. It also had a way of bringing nightmare creatures and people together. As soon as their party of 5 entered one of the steel fingers through a narrow crack, Sunny's expression darkened. There were about 20 humans sheltered in the cool darkness of the hollow tower. Some looked like they had just returned from exploring the dunes, while others were busy with various tasks, preparing food, refining the carcasses of dead abominations into valuable materials, drawing maps of the surrounding area. Even though Wake of Ruin had abandoned the group, the Ascended did not seem willing to give up on their survival. Perhaps it was because of a certain person who had taken charge and driven them forward. So she survived, too. Morgan had lost her intricate plate armor, and wore a black tunic. The scarlet cloak was wrapped around her shoulders, falling to the ground like a waterfall of blood. The Princess of War seemed tired and reserved. There were no wounds on her body, but the usual sharpness of her vermilion eyes was strangely dulled. She was standing in the center of the hollow tower, listening to the reports of the scouts. As the 5 of them entered, Morgan looked up from a crude leather map and glanced in their direction with a distant expression. Then, her eyes shimmered. "My sister is alive." Her voice was hoarse and emotionless. The scouts were confused for a moment, then turned around. Their faces grew excited. "Lady Changing Star." "It's..." However, the words were drowned out by a happy shout. "Doofus." "Princess." A tall and robust figure that seemed to have been cast of lustrous steel walked over to them with ginger steps and subjected Sunny to an earth-shaking shoulder pat. "You guys made it." With that, Effie grinned, and suddenly grabbed startled Nephice into a tight hug. Effie, I can't breathe." The archer looked at him and shrugged helplessly. Groaned. "She must have arrived after I left to search for more survivors. She wasn't here in the morning, there won't be trouble, right? The 2 of them will see reason, surely." A gust of wind crashed into the hollow tower, and the ancient metal groaned. Morgan shook her head. "We'll put our quarrel aside, for the time being. Let's return to the waking world before doing anything rash." Saishan slowly nodded. Agreed. She didn't seem to be flustered at the prospect of facing the Princess of War in combat. Sunny wasn't entirely sure how powerful Saishan was. Currently, after all, she had ascended later than most of them. On the other hand, she was older and had accumulated much more experience in the Dark City. It didn't matter, though. Last night, the cumulative power of Saishan, Sunny, Jet, and Saint had been barely enough to slow down just one vessel of the Gate Guardian for a few moments. And now, they were surrounded by 7 of them. Morgan seemed to have no idea of how doomed they all were, which was not surprising. In fact, it was Sunny and Jet who were freaks capable of peering through the disguise of a great abomination. Both of their aspects were one of a kind and exceedingly rare. It would be quite improbable to assume that anyone else in the Nightmare Desert possessed similar capabilities. Maybe Cassie did, but she was not here. Sunny felt his chest grow tight as he thought about the blind girl. Where was she now? Had she managed to escape the slaughter? Morgan, meanwhile, looked at Nephice. "I must congratulate you, sister." "Oh, And Master Sunless, of course. Killing Dire Fong, it was a pleasant surprise. I should think about how to reward you. She turned to Sunny, remained silent for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. I do hope you won't ask to fight me again, though, Master Sunless. The environment here is not quite as dreamlike as the last time I had to reward you. As Nephice, Saishan, Effie, and Jet gave Sunny strange looks, he cleared his throat and forced out a smile. No, no. I wouldn't dare to request something untoward, again. At the same time, he used the Blessing of Dusk to speak with Morgan silently. Smiling pleasantly, he said. Do as I say if you don't want to die. Chapter 12:16 On the Run. Crap, crap, crap. Sunny did not know what the creature pursuing them was, exactly. He had hoped that the possessed corpses were not the vessels of a single being, but instead separate abominations, akin to minions of a tyrant, but even if they were, there was obviously a way for them to share information. He knew it because his hopes were being crushed right in front of his eyes. If there was no way for the puppets of the Gate Guardian to share knowledge, then he could have pretended to be oblivious to their presence and bought some time. But the 7 taken masters were all seemingly aware that Sunny could tell what they were. They slowly started to move. At first, their movements seemed inconspicuous, but it quickly became apparent that they were encircling those ascended who remained human. There were eerily human smiles brightening their faces. On one side, there were 7 possessed corpses with the power of a great abomination. On the other side, there were Sunny, Nephice, Kai, Effie, Jet, Saishan, Morgan, and 11 more unaffected masters. Morgan had 3 transcendent echoes left. Saishan had 1. Sunny had Saint and Nightmare. And Imp. In fact, the scrawny goblin was the linchpin of their survival. Get everyone to come closer. Sunny had already explained the situation to Morgan and coordinated with the rest of his allies. Their only chance to survive was to run, but escaping from the ring of possessed corpses seemed impossible. Nevertheless, they had to try. Knowing what to do, Morgan calmly looked at the 11 ascended who had not been taken by the Gate Guardian yet and called. You there. Come here. I have questions about our rations and water reserve, you, too. How many tents can we make from that hide? The masters left what they had been doing and walked over. By that time, even they started to notice that something strange was going on. One group of people was standing in the center of the hollow tower. The other group had spread out, surrounding them. The ancient steel was groaning as it was assaulted by the wind. That is all. There are also 3 ascended outside, but only 2 of them are human. Lady Morgan? What is going on? The human masters seemed confused. Meanwhile, the other humans were slowly shifting, assembling into a loose battle formation. Their weapons were already in their hands. Sunny was the only one who remained motionless. What was the point of trying to fight 7 great abominations? Come closer. It's almost time. I just need a few seconds. At the same time, a whirlwind of sparks manifested into transcendent echoes, who threw themselves at the abominations. Everyone used their own means to slow the enemy down. There were screams, there was noise. There was an explosion of white flame, and the sharp sound of the air being cut by countless blades. Blood spilled. Falling onto the white sand, Sunny rolled and jumped to his feet. Run. Most of them had made it out of the tower, but 5 out of the 11 ascended that Morgan had called were nowhere to be seen. The white dunes around them trembled, and then exploded, and a vast cloud of sand covered everything in sight. Kai held Effie's hand as he soared into the air. Nightmare appeared out of the darkness, rushing toward Jet. Morgan had her own mount, which looked like a horned destrier made of steel. Sunny found himself near Nephice. Without thinking about what he was doing, he grabbed her tightly and stepped through the shadows. An instant later, the 2 of them appeared a few kilometers away, in the shadow of a tall dune. He had pulled her with him into Shadow Step. Sunny stared at Nephice with a startled expression, and she looked at him with wide eyes. What was that? He opened his mouth, then froze for a moment. I just thought that it might work. What would you know? It did. Sunny couldn't bring other living things with him when he stepped through the shadows, but his aspect had already shown that it treated Nephi's as an extension of him in certain instances. Or rather, it was more like it treated Sunny as an extension of Nephi's. They were connected by shadow bond, which meant that their souls were bound together. Sunny didn't have to like it. But it would be foolish not to use it. Nephi looked at him for a moment, then nodded. Okay. She looked at him some more and added. You can let go of me now. Sunny smiled crookedly. Oh, but I really can't. Just then, a black steed jumped over the dune and rushed down its slope. Jed shouted from Nightmare's back as they flashed past them. Move. They're following. Burning through his essence, Sunny sighed, and then pulled Nephi back into the shadows. Chapter 12:17 Bone Tired. They were on the run. The Nightmare Desert welcomed them with immaculate purity and lethal heat, the white dunes stretching toward the distant horizon, the merciless sun burned in the azure sky like an incinerating well of molten silver, and a harrowing enemy was following them across the sands like an inescapable omen of torturous death. I'm tired. Sunny was bone tired. He had long exhausted his reserves of essence, leaving just enough of it untouched to not be helpless in a fight. Not that fighting the Gate Guardian was a real option. Nephi might have destroyed one of its vessels, but it had almost killed her. The rest of them did not possess aspects that countered the creature's powers either. Fighting the puppets of the great abomination meant giving up on life, or, much worse, their very humanity. Blindly advancing deeper into the desert was not much better. There was a terrible foe pursuing the battered group of survivors, but there were also countless dangers ahead of them. The dunes hid all kinds of nightmare creatures, and several people had already been killed in the short, but brutal and unavoidable skirmishes with the wandering abominations. None of those abominations had been weaker than corrupted. The people fighting them were all tired, wounded, and in a desperate hurry, as well. There were only 13 of them left. Looking at the exhausted survivors, Sunny wondered how many of them would live to see nightfall. How many would survive until dawn? The mighty masters were already resembling walking corpses. They were moving forward with grave expressions, suffering silently as the terrible heat pressed them into the ground. Their hair and armor were covered in sand. Those with echo mounts were in the vanguard, those without shakily followed behind. Sunny and Kai were serving as the scouts of the party. Morgan, Nephi, Jet, Effie, and Sishan were the main strike force, the rest were just trying to stay alive. Worst of all, everyone knew that it was pointless. Even more disheartening than the sea of abominations ahead of them and the great horror pursuing them was the fact that the party was aimless. They had no clear goal, just a stubborn hope to survive. Before, these people had the same plan as Sunny, reach the Black Skull and escape into the waking world. Now that they knew what was out there in the pristine white purgatory of the Nightmare Desert, though, the Citadel had become the source of their fears. That was because Mordred had slaughtered every awakened sent there by Clan Valor. And the corpses he had left behind were the perfect vessels for the Gate Guardian. Sunny shuddered. The Gate Guardian. His dry lips cracked as he shouted. It's coming. Move. The exhausted masters paled and gritted their teeth. Then, they gathered all the strength they had left and dashed forward, running as fast as they could. The incandescent sun was drowning the world in blinding light and immolating heat. As the shadow that had noticed the pursuer flew away, another figure crested a dune several hundred meters away from it. And then, another. Damn it. Sunny ran, carefully considering his options. He felt aggrieved. He felt indignant. He was appalled at the fact that he had been reduced to the state of only being able to run away and hide, like a frightened rat. But that was, and had always been, reality. Humans were small and weak in the world of the nightmare spell. Even humans like Sunny, conquerors of nightmares and slayer of titans, were no more than mice. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired of being powerless. I'm tired of being weak. I want to be stronger, much stronger, so much more. Overcome by a deep, painful longing, Sunny gritted his teeth and ran. Chapter 12-18 Hunted. There were 13 humans desperately trying to escape the pursuit of the great abomination. Or rather, there had been. Without anyone noticing the reason, one of the masters stumbled and fell. No one had attacked her, and the pursuing corpses were still out of sight. The woman grabbed her neck and screamed. A moment later, she rose with a strange smile on her lips. Where a radiant soul core had been, there was now nothing but spreading darkness. Curse it all. Sunny commanded the soul shadow that had remained with him to wrap itself around his body, and ran. Someone's hoarse shout reached his ears. Split up. No. You fools. The logic of that desperate call was simple and not without reason. There were 7 vessels of the Gate Guardian, 8, now, and 12 surviving humans. If they escaped in different directions, some of them would have a chance to survive. But it was pointless to apply logic to great abominations. These beings existed outside any kind of human rationale, outside reason. Only by staying together and helping each other would the survivors have a chance to preserve their lives, no matter how well Morgan, Xianxia, and the members of Nef's cohort chose to stay close to each other. The other 5 ascended turned and ran in small. It was already too late to try and explain that to the frightened masters, though. While Morgan, Xianxia, and the members of Nef's cohort chose to stay close to each other, the other 5 ascended turned and ran in different directions. Not a second later, a dark blur intercepted one of them, and a fountain of blood shot into the air. Up ahead, Morgan looked back from the saddle of her steel mount and cursed. Then, she hesitated for a moment and jumped off its tall back. The echo then galloped in the direction of the approaching corpses, lowering its horned head. As a whirlwind of scarlet sparks rose around her, Xianxia stopped and turned around. Her exquisitely beautiful face was cold and somber. The 2 of them looked at each other, and then, Xianxia slowly raised her hands. What are they doing? Jet was riding Nightmare, so she was far ahead of the rest of them. Effie was maybe the fastest runner among the group of survivors, so she was ahead of the pursuers, as well. Only Sunny and Nephice were falling behind. As they ran, Nef's eyes shone with white radiance. She briefly touched Sunny's shoulder, and he felt the nurturing warmth of her flames pour into his soul and body. Instantly, their speed increased. It was still not enough, though. Neither the augmentation of the burning shadows nor the tenacious nature of Bloodweave were enough to overcome that terrible fatigue anymore. Even though he had to stop for a dreadful reason, he still welcomed the short moment of falling onto the sand. A split second later, though, Sunny had to push his battered body into a roll and jump back to his feet. Curses. Miraculously, they had managed to escape all but one of the taken corpses. The last one still pursued them, never letting the group, now reduced to only 7 people, stop and rest for even a minute. At some point, the heat and the scorching sand had transformed into a lethal threat of their own. And yet, they persisted, until now. That was because a second corpse suddenly appeared out of nowhere, barring their path. The figure standing in front of them was not one of the original 7 abominations, though, instead, it was a familiar face. Sunny let out a tired sigh. So he's here, as well. Master Su was staring at them with an eerie smile. Nephice, Effie, Jet, Morgan, Xianxia, Kai, and Sunny, the 7 of them had nowhere else to run. One vessel of the Gate Guardian was behind them, and the other was in front of them. The night was approaching. What do we do? Kai's voice sounded tense and tired. He could still escape, of course, maybe. The great being approaching them had to have ways of dealing with flying prey. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then outstretched his hand and summoned the Sin of Solace. What else was there to do? He commanded all but one of his shadows to wrap themselves around the white jade of the cursed blade, turning it perfectly black. Kill the bastards. They had to kill them or die, kill them and die, if need be. Either way worked. It was better than turning into the skin costumes of the Gate Guardian themselves, anyway. But Sunny wanted to live. Chapter 12-19 Silver Sun. Think. They had a very small chance of coming out of this fight alive. However, there was always hope, no matter how impossible the odds. What was hope? Hope was a desire, perhaps the paramount desire. A yearning so powerful and resilient that it could hardly be vanquished or destroyed. The darkest and most inescapable despair could not conquer hope. Even demons in hell hoped to reach heaven one day. They longed to see their deepest desires come true, and that longing alone could make them continue suffering and struggling instead of searching for solace in the peaceful embrace of death. Life was war, after all. Hope, desire, it was a powerful thing. Longing. Sunny glanced at Nephi's, considering. She was the only one among them capable of dealing permanent damage to the vessels of the Gate Guardian. Her soul flame seemed to be like poison to the abominable creature. The wound Sunny and the others had dealt to the corpse of Master Su would instantly heal, but the puppet that had attacked Neph was burned to death by it. A hurricane of thoughts flashed through his mind in a split second. She's our best chance. If they could survive today, it would be through the power of longing that the Lightbringer aspect seemed to contain. The soul flame. Pure, cruel, and incorruptible. There was no time to think. Starting to move, Sunny connected the minds of the 7 masters together through the blessing of dusk. We need to destroy the creature in front of us before the one behind catches up. There is no other way, we might not even be able to fight one, so fighting 2 at the same time is a death sentence. The 6 of us will restrain it. Nephi's will kill it. Go. They had maybe a handful of seconds before the pursuer showed up. The 7 of them had to slay a great abomination before that happened. Usually, it would have been impossible to even deal minor damage to a creature 2 whole ranks above their own level. Sunny had failed to pierce the skin of the first fallen abominations he met as a sleeper. After all, nevertheless, that abomination died in the end. The gap between ranks was vast, but it was not absolute. There was nothing indestructible in the world, and even the gods were dead. Everyone, and everything, was vulnerable to something. None of them were ordinary masters, and each had accumulated much more tools and killing implements than any sleeper could ever possess. Better yet, there was someone among them whose aspect countered the powers of the Gate Guardian. Sunny knew that he had to use the best weapon at his disposal to destroy the enemy. Right now, his best weapon was not the Sin of Solace. Effie's shield shattered as she was thrown back. Saishan fell down, sharp shards of bone protruding from her broken arms. Morgan blocked with her sword, but the sword burst into countless steel shards. She was sent flying in a whirlwind of scarlet sparks and blood. Sunny barely avoided having his neck sliced open by falling into the shadows. The creature refused to be slowed down. And Nephi's was now alone, face to face with it. Tian. Her radiant sword shot forward with unimaginable speed, its vicious blow enhanced by the full force of the soul flame and the 5 shadows. However, Master Su simply raised his hand, catching the incandescent blade in a fist and easily shattering it. The fingers of his other hand wrapped around Neph's neck. For a moment, everything seemed to stand still. Sunny was emerging from the shadows, but he was slow, too slow. Too slow to change anything. Then, Neph's neck snapped like a twig. Her body grew limp. His mind was empty. For a split second, everyone froze, petrified. In that moment of shock, Neph's hand rose and grabbed the creature's wrist. The sparks dancing in her eyes suddenly ignited, turning into 2 blinding stars. White radiance shining through the gaps of her broken armor became larger, hotter, and infinitely brighter. She was like a mass of blinding silver light, not too different from the merciless white sun that burned in the scorched sky. A moment later, her radiance exploded into a flurry of flames, which swallowed both her slender silhouette and the abominable corpse of Master Su. Suddenly, the unbearable heat of the desert seemed mild and cold. Chapter 12-20 Indestructible. A towering bonfire of pristine flames enveloped both Nephi's and the vessel of the Gate Guardian, rising high into the sky. It bloomed like a beautiful white flower, suffused with both brilliant radiance and incinerating heat. The soul flame burned so hot that, for a moment, Sunny actually felt dreadfully cold, as if he had been transported back to the frigid fields of the Antarctic center. With a curse, he staggered back, fell, and rolled away. Hell! Neff's flames could be warm and nurturing, healing and purifying anything they touched. But they could be ruthless and ferocious, destroying everything in their path. Sunny knew that he would not survive a plunge into the blossoming bonfire. He might have shared a bond with Nephice, but he did not share the lineage of Sun God with her. Even then, Changing Star was not immune to the destructive fury of the fire. She was only capable of being locked in the cyclic agony of having her flesh burned, restored, and then burned again without dying. He thought that he heard a distorted shriek escape from the flames, but it was swallowed by the dull roar of the immolating blaze. Nephice and the abomination were in the center of the dire conflagration, their figures obscured by its radiance. He did not know what exactly was happening there, just that only one of them would emerge from the flames alive. The sand around the white bonfire was already melting, soon to turn into black, brittle glass. Curse it! Sunny could not allow himself to be concerned about Nephice right now. Because while she had dealt with Master Su, at least temporarily, there was still another vessel of the great abomination coming after them. Jumping to his feet, he spun around. Xianxia had both her arms wrenched and cruelly broken, while the extent of Morgan's wounds was unknown. Effie had received a blow from the Gate Guardian, as well, but her shield had protected her from harm, at the cost of being destroyed. So, only Sunny, Effie, and Kai were left standing. And Saint. He senses the movement of shadows. Sunny and Saint arrived near the vessel of the Gate Guardian at the same time. Acting as one, they attacked the creature from different sides. A sword made of darkness and a sword made of immaculate white jade struck in unison, aiming to prevent the corpse from taking another step. Somewhere behind them, Morgan rose from the sand with a groan. Her sword was destroyed, but she didn't seem to care. Her vermilion eyes blazed with murderous fury, and the Princess of War shot forward like a piercing arrow. Xianxia's eyes rolled back, revealing a different pair of pupils, these ones inhuman and monstrous, surrounded by a sea of red. Her graceful figure suddenly grew much taller, taller than Effie, even when hunched. Her limbs elongated, and long claws extended from her fingers. Her smooth gray skin suddenly turned rough like that of a shark. Finally, the monster's jaw unhinged, revealing several rows of terrifying triangular teeth. Kai was pale and somber, drawing the string of his bow. Not good. Sunny tore the Sing of Solace out of the body of the great abomination and desperately dodged. Perhaps because the corpse did not fully recover from the previous barrage of attacks, its movements were much slower, barely faster than those of Dire Fong had been. Still, there was no hope for him to escape the retaliation. Instead of trying to simply evade the strike, he simultaneously delivered a backward cut with his sword, slicing through the elbow joint of the corpse. That allowed Sunny to avoid the crushing blow by a hair's breadth. Saint received a bloody fist on her shield and was thrown back, crashing into the slope of a dune. At that moment, Jet was already there. Instead of relying on enchanted weapons, she struck the abomination with her fist. It passed through the chest of the vessel unopposed, directly attacking its soul. Morgan was there, as well. Her palm fell like an executioner's axe, severing the creature's spine. And finally, the monstrous figure of Xianxia appeared by the Gate Guardian's side. Her arms were still broken, hanging limply. Instead of relying on her claws, she sank her frightening teeth into the taken corpse, ripping away a huge chunk of its neck, shoulder, and upper chest. There has to be a limit to how much punishment that thing can take, there has to be. A desperate hope burned in Sunny's chest. But if there really was a limit, it seemed that the creature had not reached yet. Chapter 1221 Unstoppable. I am going to die. The thought that flashed through Sunny's mind had nothing to do with the fact that each strike of the possessed corpse was devastating enough to obliterate his body, but more so with the strain that fighting the abominations was putting on it. Yes, it was true, Sunny was facing a great nightmare creature, but he felt as if exhaustion was going to kill him even if the creature did not. Time moved slowly in a battle like the one they were fighting. He wasn't sure how many seconds had passed since the second vessel of the Gate Guardian had shown up. A dozen? 2 dozen? Maybe it was just 5 or 6 instead. The 6 masters and 1 shadow were somehow holding up against the harrowing abomination, for now. Perhaps it had to do with the fact that the constant barrage of attacks did restrain the corpse a little. If there was one vulnerability they could exploit, after all, it was that the vessels of the Guardian were not as resilient as the body of a true great creature would have been. Perhaps it was because each of them was at the pinnacle of what a human ascended could be, and knew that there would be no retreat. They fought without holding anything back, knowing that death was looming, almost inevitable. Sunny was relatively unharmed, for now, and so was Saint. Kai had been circling above the abomination, sending one enchanted arrow flying after another. The rest of them were in dire straits. Jet was, perhaps, mangled the most, but her unique constitution allowed her to persist in her attempts to shatter the creature's soul despite that. By now, Soul Reaper looked no less of a corpse than their opponent, and maybe even more so. Both Morgan and her were fighting with their bare fists, although, in the case of Morgan, her entire body was the weapon, not just her hands. She had also suffered much more damage than any of them, often taking the initiative to shield the others with her body. That was because the Princess of War was physically the sturdiest, except maybe Effie. The difference between the two was that Morgan seemed to have absorbed a powerful healing enchantment into her aspect ability, which allowed her to recover from the wounds that would have permanently taken the Huntress out of the fight. Saishin had gone even further than Jet and Morgan. With her arms broken, she had to resort to using her monstrous teeth to damage the abomination. Her jaws did not seem any less lethal than a powerful memory would have been, but the need to be in close, almost intimate proximity to the enemy put her in grave danger. The hideous, ferocious creature she had transformed into was covered in blood, both her own and that of the Guardian. Effie was in a much better position due to the long reach of her transcendent spear. Together, they fought the great abomination, desperately trying to destroy it, slow it down, or at least prevent it from approaching the beautiful bonfire of white flames that still burned behind them. Die, die, why won't you die? The sin of Solace tore through the rippling air, but the vessel of the Gate Guardian was moving too fast. The jade blade barely scratched its skin, but this time, Sunny was not fast enough to retreat. A sharp pain pierced his right side, and he fell back with a scream. For the first time since he had acquired the Shroud of Dusk, the black silk was torn apart. Sunny's flesh beneath it was shredded and turned into an appalling mess. The wound was large enough for most Ascended to be at the risk of bleeding out, but he was different. Still, it would have been a fatal one if not for Boneweave. The abomination's glancing strike cracked his ribs, but did not manage to shatter them, otherwise, Sunny would have lost his entire lung. The great abomination easily avoided Saint's sword, and stepped forward. Its fist struck Sunny like a mountain, and the next thing he knew, he was staring at the vibrant azure sky. Ah. I was too slow. Sunny tried to stand up and gasped, overcome with unbearable pain. His arm seemed to be broken. No, it was only dislocated, and bloody foam was forming on his lips. Looking up, he saw Morgan stepping in front of Jet, who was on her knees, shielding her from a lethal blow. Both of them were sent flying back and landed on the sand in a heap of bloodied flesh. Effie grunted as she received a downward strike on her crossed hands. Her steel body trembled, and a whirlwind of sand rose into the air around her, thrown up by the shockwave of the terrible impact. In the next moment, she staggered back and fell. The Gate Guardian was left standing alone, unopposed. It lingered for a split second, then took a step toward Saishin and raised a fist to finish her off. The corpse's face was terribly mangled, and its teeth were in full view, as if the creature was grinning. Sunny groaned and sat up. I won't get there in time. The abomination struck. Before it could kill Saishin, however, a bloody fist suddenly emerged from its chest. The creature froze, then slowly turned its head. A slender hand flashed, separating the head from the neck. Standing behind the Gate Guardian was a bewitching woman in a torn carmine dress, her long black hair covered in sand. She was almost inhumanly beautiful, however, her breathtaking face was covered in blood, an ugly torn wound stretching from her forehead to the tip of her chin. It was as if someone had vandalized an immortal masterpiece by slicing through it with a sharp knife. One of Beastmaster's eyes was glued close by dried blood, but the other burned with cold, murderous wrath. Her scarlet lips parted, revealing pearly white teeth. "I don't think you'll submit. So, just die." Chapter 1222 Against All Hope. Beastmaster's fist was still protruding from the abomination's chest, but in the next moment, she tore it out, almost ripping the entire corpse apart. She seemed angry, really angry. "How dare you raise a hand to my sister?" Before the abomination could assemble itself back together, the beautiful saint kicked it, sending the mangled corpse flying back. It landed on the sand a dozen meters away, twitched slightly, and then rose, already knitting itself into a single whole again. The two of them stood opposite each other, looking intently at the enemy. The creature was bloodied and beaten, but eerily calm. There was a smile on its lips. Beastmaster looked just as battered, her face torn and painted with blood. Her expression was dark and full of cold fury. She gritted her teeth and spat. "I won't show you mercy." The corpse stared at her with a smile. Then, it suddenly spoke. Tilting its head, the corpse asked, "What is mercy?" The saint's expression slightly changed. "What the hell, why are they talking?" Sunny tried to stand up and only succeeded by using the sin of solace as a crutch. He was struggling to breathe, but it was all right. As the great connoisseur of physical trauma that he was, Sunny judged his condition as not really life-threatening. Visit for the best novel reading experience. For now. He couldn't really understand why Beastmaster was wasting her time issuing threats to a great abomination instead of attacking it, but that had given him time to assess the situation, at least. The remaining members of the survivor group were alive. No one had died yet, from what he could see. That said, all of them were severely injured. Only Morgan and Saint looked like they could still fight, and Effie, too, although there was a pained expression on her face. With how exhausted and beaten they were, though, he doubted that they would be of any use. Sunny himself would not be able to do much. Neff's condition was unknown. Can Beastmaster finish off the creature alone? In the next moment, however, that question was rendered meaningless. Sunny had also received an answer to why the beautiful demoness was wasting time conversing with the creature. "I'm here, Saishin." I was on time. In front of her, the monstrous creature slowly grew smaller, turning back into an exquisitely beautiful young woman with silken gray skin. Her body was beaten and broken, but she was alive, and even conscious, albeit barely. Beastmaster whispered a few more words to her sister, then rose to her feet. Her gaze slowly shifted to Morgan, who was kneeling on the sand a few dozen meters away. The smile disappeared from her lips. The look in the beautiful saint's one open eye did not promise anything good. Sunny shivered, suddenly remembering how all of them had ended up in this cursed desert, to begin with. 3 Category 4 gates might have opened in Antarctica, but the great clans were still at war. Sunny was not going to get between Beastmaster and Morgan, not that he could have done anything if he did. But Nephice was also here, laying unconscious within a ring of black glass. And she was a daughter of the King of Swords, too, even if only technically. Damn it all. There was no need to do anything, though, because as Beastmaster was looking coldly at Morgan, a tall figure in battered armor suddenly appeared in front of the Princess of War, blocking her from the beautiful saint's suffocating gaze. Summer Knight stared at Beastmaster and shook his head silently. "Don't even think about it." A dangerous smile appeared on her lips. The beautiful demoness raised an exquisite eyebrow and spoke with a hint of challenge. "What if I do?" Sir Gilead's face remained calm. "I'll kill you." Beastmaster kept her gaze on him for a few seconds, then turned away and laughed. "Maybe next time, then." Glancing at the setting sun, she raised her voice and called out. "Come on. Everyone who is still alive, stand up. We need to find shelter before night comes." Chapter 1223 Diverging Goals. The sun was drowning in the white sands of the desert, and the murderous heat that had been tormenting them before was slowly dissipating, soon to be replaced by a terrible cold. And the chilling terror of the coming night. The battered group of humans was making its way to a towering ruin. The two saints were holding up well, but the ascended were in a dire state, all of them bore vicious wounds, and each step was torture. The only healer among them was unconscious, and the memories with restorative enchantments that some of them possessed were not powerful enough to deal with the multitude of severe injuries, at least not immediately. Jet looked slightly better than she had during the battle with the vessels of the Guardian. She managed to kill a nightmare creature that ambushed them as they traversed the desert, and absorbed some soul essence. Still, just glancing at her mangled body was a bit chilling. Xianxia's arms were wrapped in fabric, and even though her wounds had been treated, she could only walk by leaning on Beastmaster. Kai was hovering above the sand with a pale face. The great abomination's blow had damaged his spine, and although he wasn't paralyzed, the archer was in a sea of pain. Effie was visibly limping, while Morgan seemed utterly spent and weak. As for Sunny, people sometimes said that he looked like a doll, but if that was true, currently he looked like a rag doll that had been neglected for decades and then thoroughly chewed by an animal or two. Ah, it hurts. He was hurting, but the pain was tolerable. At least the 5 shadows were once again augmenting him. With their help, he could manage the strenuous journey without too much trouble. Saint was carrying Nephice, who was still unconscious, in her arms. Neff's damaged armor and clothes had been destroyed by the incinerating flames, so she was wrapped in Cassie's seaweave cloak. The blind girl herself was walking behind the taciturn knight, side by side with Sunny. She was the only one in the group who looked exhausted and drained by the heat, but not battered. Then again, Cassie had been in the middle of the battle between the great clans, too. Many awakened, enthralled abominations, and masters of clan song had attempted to kill her, only to die by her hand. Her armor was riddled with dents and covered in dried blood, so there was nothing fresh or glamorous about how she looked. Sunny glanced at her, then said quietly, "By the way, you were just in time." "Thank you." Cassie remained silent for a while, then shook her head. "There is no need to thank me. It was just a fortunate coincidence." He smiled. For Beastmaster, it was Xianxia. For Sir Gilead, it were Morgan, and, perhaps, Nephice. That was the reason they had not left the desert immediately after escaping the battlefield. Both saints could return to the waking world at any moment, they just needed a safe place and some time to activate their tethers. Once they did that, however, they were not going to be able to return to this particular corner of the Nightmare Desert without approaching the 3 gargantuan gates first. The problem was that they could not bring too many people with them. Sunny knew that Beastmaster's limit was 2, she had delivered both Xianxia and ascended Bast to East Antarctica, after all. But most saints could only transport people between worlds one at a time. In any case, most of them were going to be left behind. What to do, what to do? Sunny desperately needed to think of a solution, but he was too tired to form complicated thoughts. After remaining silent for a while, he asked, "What about St. Tyrus? Do you know where she is?" Cassie slowly shook her head. "We saw no sign of her after entering the dream realm. Same for Silent Stalker. The desert is vast, chances are, they were sent someplace far away from us. Skytide would have been able to escape from the Gate Guardian, but she was already spent at the end of the battle. She might have had to flee into the waking world." Sunny felt slightly disappointed that there was little hope of receiving help from St. Tyrus. But, at the same time, he was happy to know that she might have already retreated from the Nightmare Desert. That, at least, meant that she was still alive. Her entire clan was there in Antarctica, too, considering that great abominations were now wandering the southern quadrant. Skytide was the only one who could ensure their safety. She bore a heavy responsibility, considering that it was her actions that had exiled the White Feather clan to the frigid continent. And she had done those things to save Sunny and Cassie. He sighed. "I hope St. Tyrus and Master Roan make it out of Antarctica alive. And Kim, and millions of civilians that had not been evacuated yet, as well as the soldiers of the evacuation army." Sunny and the rest, however, could not do anything to help them, not anymore. Now, their goal was to escape the nightmare desert. He didn't know which task was more dangerous. Chapter 12 22nd Night. They managed to reach the ruin before the ancient dead rose from beneath the sand. The structure they used as shelter was palatial and vast, isolated from the desert by a wide field of black glass. It didn't seem like a building that people were supposed to live in, though. After observing many ruins across the desert, Sunny was starting to feel as though there was a reason why all of them were so strange, broken, and deformed. It was almost as if these structures had not been built here, but had instead fallen from the sky and shattered after hitting the white sands. Then again, the nightmare desert might not have been a desert in ancient times. Rolling dunes like these were usually left behind by dying seas. If the vast expanse of white sand had once been the bottom of an ocean, then maybe the structures had not fallen, but instead drowned. Why would Ariel build his pyramid at the bottom of a sea? Sunny shook his head. No. The description of the Mirror of Truth did not mention any seas or oceans. There was a lot of talk about rivers in the description of other memories he had received during the chain of nightmares. But what river could have been so vast? The spacious hall the survivors had sought shelter in was illuminated by the light of a small fire. Beastmaster was roasting monster meat above it. She seemed relaxed and amiable, but everyone else was terribly tense. That was because the bewitching saint was perhaps no less dangerous than the apocalyptic battle going on outside. Now that they had escaped the gate guardian, at least for a few hours, everyone became painfully aware that being in her presence was an insidiously terrifying experience. Beastmaster could subtly take hold of anyone's mind, after all, to enthrall or drive them mad. Perhaps she already had. Sunny was uneasy, but Summer Night was more tense than the others. If there was one reason for the beautiful demoness to warp the minds of the survivors, it was to kill him and get rid of Daughters of Valor. As if reading his thoughts, Beastmaster smiled. Gods. Can you stop drilling a hole in my forehead, Gilead? I know I am pretty, but still, a knight like you should have some manners. Stop staring. Summer Night continued looking in her direction, unperturbed. We're pretty. Have you looked in the mirror recently? Beastmaster looked up at him, blinked a couple of times, then traced the bleeding wound running across her face with a delicate finger. Oh, that thing? Ah, it refuses to heal. Whispering Blade left me with that present, before he died. Miserably. It's too bad that you couldn't protect your liege, isn't it, Gilead? Everyone was too exhausted to have an appetite, but they still forced themselves to eat. Right now, food was fuel, and all of them were running low on it. As they consumed the fragrant meat, Nephi suddenly moved and opened her eyes. There was an empty void in them, but slowly, arduously, a spark of humanity returned, and she turned her head, looking at the silhouettes of the humans sitting in front of the fire. Sunny glanced in her direction, then turned his attention back to the food and sent a mental message. It's night. We're in a large ruin. The vessels of the Gate Guardian are gone, you killed one, Beastmaster and Summer Night killed the other. Cassie led them to us just in time. He thought for a moment, and added. Oh. Also, you should probably summon an armor memory. Nephi stared at him for a bit, then moved slightly beneath the seawave cloak and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, a flurry of sparks surrounded her body, and she rose. Her slender figure was wrapped in a fitting black material, which Sunny recognized as the inner layer of the Starlight Legion armor with a bit of surprise. Nephi swayed a little, then slowly walked over to the fire and sat down. He handed her the endless spring, while Cassie offered her a portion of roasted meat. Neff drank deeply from the beautiful glass bottle, then took the meat and looked silently at Morgan and Sir Gilead. Summer Night offered her a tired smile. Lady Changing Star, you are awake. Thank the gods. There was a strange strain in her voice. Morgan looked between the two, then shook her head. Well, now, the two of you are making me feel bad. Nephi silently sank her teeth into the juicy meat, her expression neutral. Sunny's, however, was not. So that's how it is. He had learned everything he needed to know from that short exchange. Sir Gilead can only take one person back with him. Chapter 12:25 Short Respite. After the food was finished, a tense silence settled inside the ancient ruin. Everyone was tired beyond words, but no one dared to fall asleep, not only out of fear of the gate guardian finding them, but also because of the two saints. Beastmaster and Summer Night sat on opposite sides of the fire, staring at each other tensely. Neither could lower their guard, knowing that the opponent would, perhaps, use that moment to launch an attack. I guess their alliance was doomed to be a short-lived one. Sunny tiredly closed his eyes, then yawned. No offense, but why don't you just leave? Then those of us who have to stay will get some rest, at least. Both saints looked at him with a hint of surprise. After a few short moments, Sir Gilead shook his head slightly. I must admit, I admire your composure, Master Sunless. Summer Night must have been under the impression that the people he couldn't save would be terrified, perhaps even begging him to take them back to the waking world instead of Morgan. Well, Sunny did not consider begging to be beneath him, if there was a point to it. But he knew that the Saint of Clan Valor was never going to abandon the daughter of his sovereign. Sunny shrugged. I'm too tired to be worried. Beastmaster chuckled, then said in a raspy voice. The reason why we haven't left is very simple. You are not a saint, so you wouldn't know, but there are conditions that have to be met in order to return to the waking world. Namely, our anchors in the waking world are affected by the call the same way your anchors in the dream realm are affected by it. Every seed exerts a pulling force, and since there are so many of them in the Nightmare Desert, that force is quite ubiquitous. We need to find a spot where it is relatively weak first, and this ruin is not one of these spots. She paused for a moment, and then added. They are not too hard to find, though. I am willing to bet that we'll encounter at least one tomorrow. Sunny tilted his head a little. So that's how it is. It was only logical that saints were influenced by the call even in the dream realm. In fact, the influence they had to endure would be much greater than what the rest of them suffered through. Sunny knew it because of his own experiences as an awakened and as a master. After the ascension, he felt the pull of the call much clearer. It's interesting that she said anchor instead of tether, though. The point was, neither Beastmaster nor Summer Night could leave the ruin, and the Nightmare Desert, before the night ended. Thanks for the compliment, I guess. Why the hell is she calling me little brother, all of a sudden? First of all, I'm not her brother, second of all, I'm not little. The torn wound on Beastmaster's face was still shedding drops of blood, but that did not stop her from laughing. He struggled to not be enchanted by that laugh. The beautiful saint lingered for a bit, then asked in a languid tone. By the way, I was meaning to ask. Her eyes glimmered with friendly amusement. How did you and Changing Star kill Dire Fong? Sunny looked at her and remained silent for a while. Beastmaster's tone sounded relaxed, but he could not help but wonder if there was a hidden threat beneath that calmness. Being threatened by the tantalizing enchantress would be a frightening experience. When the pain of his flaw grew unbearable, Sunny shrugged. The same way you and Sir Gilead killed a great abomination. By combining our strength and exploiting his weaknesses. Beastmaster studied him for a few moments, then turned away with a scoff. Kids these days are truly terrifying. Sunny frowned. Why? Should I expect to become the target of Clan Song's vendetta after I return to the waking world? Because, let me tell you. I just barely managed to stop being targeted by Clan Valor before coming to Antarctica and experiencing the wonders of the Chain of Nightmares. It has very, very rough year for me, so. I would really appreciate some leniency. The beautiful demoness chuckled. You seem really confident that you'll be able to return, though? How optimistic. Sunny blinked a couple of times and stared at her with a bleak expression. After a bit of bitter silence, he sighed. Well. If you put it like that. I take it back. It's not a good morning at all. Chapter 12:26 Alluring Offer. Soon, the group left the ruin and ventured into the desert once again. Their speed was much greater than the day before, not only because the weaker member of the group had received an opportunity to rest, but also because their wounds were healed by Nephis. Nephis did not look well. Physically, she was perfectly healthy, and anyone who did not know her as deeply as Sunny did would have assumed that everything was fine. But he could feel how drained and hurt she really was. Nev had not recovered from using her aspect to destroy the vessels of the Gate Guardian yet. He was worried that, perhaps, she never would. Nevertheless, Nephis had insisted on treating everyone's injuries. Even Xianxia's, only Beastmaster, whose wound had been delivered by Whispering Blade's sword, had turned out to be beyond her ability to mend flesh. The ugly cut on the diabolically beautiful face of the enchantress still continued to weep blood. There was some logic to providing aid to the enemies of Clan Valor. As long as they were in the desert, they were on the same side. No one knew when the Gate Guardian would attack again, or what kind of monstrous abominations awaited them in the scorching expanse of the Nightmare Desert. So, the higher the strength of the group was, the higher Nef's chances to survive would be. That was also the reason why Sunny did not stop her from treating his wounds. Usually, he was deeply reluctant to let Nephis torture herself on his behalf, but now, both of them were in dire danger. He had to be in the best state possible to ensure that they made it out of the dream realm alive. The group walked across the white sands of the cursed desert like lost souls wandering the vast expanse of a scorching hell. The Nightmare Desert was full of dangers that even two saints would find difficult, or outright impossible, to survive. More than that, their chances of finding a spot where the pull of the seeds was weak enough to escape were slim, at least in a short amount of time. Or it would have been, if not for the unique advantage the group possessed. That advantage, of course, was Cassie. The blind oracle had long proved how irreplaceable she was in the dream realm. Now that she was a master, her supernatural intuition had only grown stronger. Guided by Cassie, they managed to avoid the most dreadful dangers and go deeper and deeper into the desert without losing a single member of the group to its horrors. Of course, the cursed Sea of Dunes was too dire of a land to make their journey easy. There were still hazards, pitfalls, and abominable creatures of all kinds that they had to avoid, overcome, and fight. But with Summer Night and Beastmaster protecting the Ascended, none of it managed to harvest their lives. And, by the time the sun started to roll toward the horizon, they finally stumbled on what they had been hoping to find. Some of them had been, at least. The ruin in front of them was not very large, and looked like a spent candle. It was low and misshapen, as if furious flames had once melted the black stones into a searing liquid, which then cooled down and solidified in a chaotic pattern. A vast expanse of sand around the ruin had been turned into a sea of uneven black glass. Updated from. That was not important, though. What was important was that the misshapen structure was distant enough from the surrounding seeds to allow the saints to leave the dream realm from inside it. The group made its way into the ruin, stepping across obsidian glass. Inside, the floor was just the same. Everything told the story of furious flames that had raged within the structure once, turning it into a scorched husk. Stepping on the cracked black glass, Beastmaster breathed in deeply, and then looked at the rest of them. Well, there's no point in dragging this out. Xianxia and I will be leaving. It was nice knowing you all. Granted, I can take one more person with me, those of you who have fought against the great clan Song. I hope you won't be offended if I don't extend the invitation. Oh, except for you, little brother. You, raised by wolves, and Nightingale. I can help one of you escape this bothersome predicament. She smiled brightly, giving them a measured look. The underlying message of her offer was clear: you would owe me. Or maybe even. I would own you. Morgan smiled. Here they go. Now, we will have to. And shook her head. Sunny blinked. No, not yet. Noticing confusion in Sir Gilead's eyes, Morgan shrugged. You can take me away later, but for now, we still have a chance to reach the pyramid. We can still complete our mission. Yes, our situation is far from perfect, but on the bright side, Clan Song is entirely out of the picture. The competition is gone. It would be foolish not to make an attempt. She looked at the rest of them. Plus, if we do conquer the tomb of Ariel, everyone would be able to escape through its gateway. Why, wouldn't that be wonderful? Summer Knight's face hardened. Lady Morgan. I'm afraid I will have to insist. If we do not leave immediately, there might not be a siege capital to return to when we try again next time. The whole continent might be lost. She shrugged dismissively. Don't worry about that. We have 4 more days, at least. Their conversation was extremely interesting. Morgan's confidence that East Antarctica would hold for 4 more days at the minimum was also fascinating. However, Sunny found himself distracted. That was because he suddenly felt a gaze. Someone was watching him, and from a direction where no one was supposed to be. He did not turn his head, but instead looked around through his shadows. In a distant corner of the glass chamber, a figure was reflecting on the fractured wall. However, there was no one there to cast the reflection. That bastard. Noticing Sunny's attention, the reflection smiled and waved a hand. Or rather, a bloody stump. One of its hands seemed to be missing. Chapter 1227 A Friendly Invitation. The Black Skull was a death trap, so no one would be able to escape the Nightmare Desert through its gateway. However, there was at least one other citadel in this infernal region of the Dream Realm, the Tomb of Ariel. The black pyramid that always loomed just beyond the horizon like an ominous mirage, but never grew closer no matter how far one went into the sea of white dunes. One of the main reasons why the great clans had come to Antarctica, in the first place. Now that the expeditionary forces of both clans had been wiped out and the daughters of Ki Song fully withdrew from the race, Morgan decided to make one last, desperate attempt to reach the demon's tomb. Which was a piece of good news for Sunny and other members of the cohort. Sunny knew that reaching the pyramid was their best, and, perhaps, only, chance of getting out of the desert alive. The others understood, as well. Having a powerful saint and a princess of valor with them was a great boon. Summer Night and Morgan could make the lethal task of traversing the Nightmare Desert slightly less impossible to accomplish. There was just one problem. Without showing any emotion, Sunny stared at the reflection of Mordred through the shadows. The Prince of Nothing looked rather chilling. He was terribly wounded, his armor battered and covered in blood. Where one of his hands was supposed to be, there was now only a bloody stump. Even one of his eyes was gone, replaced by a gaping hole. He looked like a corpse. Nevertheless, there was a familiar smile on Mordred's face. Sunless. Ah, I am so glad to see you in good health. Maintaining a calm facade, Sunny furtively glanced at his companions. None of them seemed to have heard Mordred's voice. It appeared that it was being transmitted directly into his head. Maybe what Mordred was actually talking to was not Sunny, but instead Sunny's reflection. In any case, it was a little disconcerting. Great. Now I hear even more voices. Mordred lowered his bloody arm and coughed awkwardly. Oh, right. I guess you can't answer without announcing my presence to everyone. How about you nod once or twice to indicate? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then silently reached out to the reflection with the blessing of dusk. To his surprise, it actually worked. Continuing to act as if nothing had happened, he sent a mental message to the mangled reflection. That finally forced Sunny to react. Turning away to hide his face from the members of the cohort, Morgan, and Sir Gilead, he looked at the reflection with a deep scowl. Oh, yeah? How would you know? The Prince of Nothing shrugged. Simple, really, it's because I've already seen Asterion try it once, and fail. So, let me ask you a question. If a sovereign failed to reach the Tomb of Ariel, what makes you think that your ragtag team of Ascended can succeed? Sunny was startled. Mordred had just confessed a piece of truly shocking information. Asterion had already been to the Nightmare Desert? And it had happened while Mordred was still with him, so more than a decade ago, at least? 1,000 questions instantly appeared in his head. I don't know enough to guess who can reach the pyramid and who can't. Does it matter, though? It's not like there is a better solution. But why did Asterion want to enter the Tomb of Ariel? No, wait, if even he had failed, then why did your father and Qi Song still send their people into the desert? Mordred chuckled. Because Asterion doesn't have to report to them what he does. I know, but they don't, and even I don't know what his motives were. As for the pyramid being the best solution, are you sure about that? Sunny remained silent for a while, then said reluctantly. No. If what you said is true. The Prince of Nothing grinned. It is so pleasant to talk to a smart person. Let's put aside the question of my honesty, for now. Yes, the Tomb of Ariel seems like a solution, but it really isn't. My sister can't help you save yourself and your companions, Sunless. Sunny looked down with a wary expression. And I suppose that you can? Mordred stared at him for a while. His grin slowly faded. Yes, I can. I'm not doing it out of kindness, either. You need my help, but I also need yours. The strength of your companions, too, I need it. The more, the merrier. If we are to escape this hell, we'll need all the strength we can get. It is fortunate that we are able to talk. Really, this ruin you're in is at the very edge of where my reflection can reach. Ah, it seems that fate is on our side. He sighed, then smiled again. So, Sunless, why don't you forget about trying to reach the Tomb of Ariel with my sister, and come challenge the third nightmare with me instead? Chapter 1228 Unattainable Mirage. Sunny had gone through many chilling trials in his tumultuous life, but the Nightmare Desert was, perhaps, the most harrowing ordeal of them all. Lost in a true death zone, pursued by a great nightmare creature, and running out of time, he saw little hope of making it out of this tribulation alive. Nevertheless, there were two paths he could take. The first one was to follow Morgan to the Tomb of Ariel, and the second one was to follow Mordred into the third nightmare. Both paths were equally lethal and veiled in uncertainty, making it hard for him to choose. In the end, Sunny made the most prudent decision. He postponed making a choice by a few days. After all, there was a time limit set by Morgan in her daring attempt to reach the Black Pyramid. For days, if they did not arrive at the demon's tomb in 4 days, Summer Night was going to take her back to the waking world, leaving the rest of them behind. So, Sunny was going to put his hopes in the Princess of War, and if she failed to accomplish her goal, he would answer Mordred's invitation and follow the only remaining path into a seat of nightmare. The Prince of Nothing was not very happy with the delay, but he had no other choice except to agree with Sunny and wait patiently. He really needed the strength of Changing Star's cohort if he was to challenge a third nightmare, especially one that he knew nothing about, and would be entering without any preparations. Masters were the best of the best among the warriors of humanity, unlike Awakened, who had no choice but to face the trials of the spell and survive them. Each master had chosen to venture into their second nightmares voluntarily. Only the strongest and most resourceful survived and ascended. And out of those strongest, hundreds and hundreds had attempted the third nightmare in the last few decades. Yet, only a few dozen humans returned, thus becoming saints. That alone spoke about how deadly the third nightmare was. Needless to say, Sunny was not very enthusiastic about venturing into the third nightmare at the ripe age of 20. Maybe if he was a titan with 7 fully saturated cores and another decade of experience behind his shoulders, he would consider it. But now, he desperately hoped that Mordred was either lying or wrong, and that Morgan would be able to lead them to the Black Pyramid. Having to make a deal with the Prince of Nothing was the worst-case scenario. Gods! How did I end up being forced to put all my hopes in these two? Sunny did not know, but he felt that every time they had to escape from the Skinwalker's pursuit, it was rapidly becoming harder and harder to shake the abomination off. Everyone was tired. Everyone was spent, battered, frightened, and slowly starting to fall into despair. The gauntlet of the Nightmare Desert was just too cruel, too harrowing, and too hopeless. And worst of all, despite it all, the ominous silhouette of the Black Pyramid seemed just as distant as it had been at the start of their arduous journey. Even Morgan, who had never allowed herself to show doubt or weakness before, was looking less and less indomitable with each passing day. The perfectly maintained facade of a fearless princess of the great clan was coming undone, revealing the face of a brave and ambitious, but ultimately fallible and human young woman. She was spent, battered, frightened, and desperate too. The difference was, Morgan still had a way out, while the rest of them didn't. Just like that, the fourth day arrived. Once it passed, they would have been in the desert for a full week. Emerging from an underground ruin, the members of the group shielded their eyes from the blinding sun and looked at the distant, unattainable mirage of the tomb of Ariel. Sunny's face was grim. Mordred said that it is impossible to reach the pyramid, but he is wrong. Asterion was unable to get to it, but someone else did. The Sibyls, they reached it. They even went inside. So there's still a chance. Morgan's face was motionless. Her eyes were sunken and tired, but still burning with sharpness. There was no hint of being dulled in their vermilion abyss. Grimacing, she took a step forward and said hoarsely, "Come. We have not failed yet." Chapter 12:29 Seventh Night. A tenebrous stallion was galloping across the vast expanse of white sand. On his back, leaning tiredly in the saddle, sat a beautiful young woman in black garments. The steed and the rider were like a wave of darkness that absorbed the incandescent sunlight, and only the young woman's striking silver hair reflected the light back as it danced in the air. Nephice was following a swift shadow that glided across the dunes in front of them, guiding the two back to the group. Cresting a tall dune, she saw a scene out of a nightmare. The immaculate whiteness of the sand had been painted red by blood, and grotesque corpses were strewn about, torn asunder and gaping with terrible wounds. The dead nightmare creatures were both numerous and enormous in size. The desert itself had been upturned by the furious battle that had reaped their lives, and several tiny human figures could be seen among the gigantic corpses. Her expression turned grim. At the same time, down below, Sunny turned his head slightly and glanced at the black silhouette of the rider, which was outlined against the azure sky at the top of the dune. Wiping the sweat off his brow, he sighed tiredly and leaned his back against the scaly limb of a dead abomination, hidden in its shadow. She's back. Nephice had survived her mission, the rest of them had survived, as well, albeit barely. This swarm of nightmare creatures had been too tough even for Sir Gilead to handle. The saint had dealt with the leader of the pack, a great beast, and the rest of them had faced off against the pack of corrupted abominations. Now, Summer Night was severely wounded, and they were similarly battered and drained of strength. In any other situation, a transcendent vanquishing a great nightmare creature would have been a legendary feat worthy of a triumphant celebration, but now, they were just tired and afraid. This was the first great abomination, aside from the skinwalker, they had stumbled on in the nightmare desert, but would it be the last? Certainly not. They had not even reached the inner regions of this cursed land yet, and the situation was already so hopeless. Nightmare descended from the dune, and the members of the group crawled out from the shaded spots beneath the gigantic corpses to meet Nephice. She jumped from the saddle and looked at Morgan with a composed expression. The Princess of Valor raised an eyebrow. How did it go? Nephice lingered for a moment. I lured that titan toward the skinwalker's vessel. They fought, but more vessels showed up. The titan should be dead by now. There is still the sea of quicksand between us and the pursuers, with the thing that dwells below, but it won't delay them for long. We have several hours, at most. Morgan let out a heavy sigh. Damn it. It was a desperate gambit, but I really hoped to achieve more. She grimaced, then turned west and stared at the distant silhouette of the Black Pyramid with a grim expression. By now, everyone knew that her desperate desire to reach the tomb of Ariel, or at least get closer to it, was futile. Perhaps even Morgan knew, even if she refused to admit it. Sunny was sure that she was not trying to conquer the Black Pyramid for their benefit, but still, he was almost touched. The rest of them had pretty much already surrendered, only Morgan continued to stubbornly cling to the impossible goal. Sir Gilead shook his head. Lady Morgan, this is the fourth day. I promised to give you time, but we've made no progress. You need to accept reality. The princess remained silent for a while, then winced. Sunset. We'll push forward until the sun sets. If nothing changes until then, I'll follow you back to Antarctica. Summer Night looked away, then nodded. They could probably survive until the sunset, In any case, there was still the issue of finding a suitable spot for traveling between worlds. The handsome saint glanced at Cassie. "Lady Cassia, I will have to trouble you." She simply nodded, expressing her consent to help Sir Gilead and Morgan escape the nightmare desert. Sunny was also looking at the black pyramid that loomed just beyond the horizon. He was strangely calm. "The tomb of Ariel, how can one reach it?" Morgan looked at him silently. Sunny met her gaze and asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice. "It's a question that has been gnawing at me for a while. The great clans have been suppressing the transcendence of independent awakened for decades. An old man once told me that you might have been pursuing noble goals, like limiting the number of powerful nightmare gates that open across the world. Someone else told me that all you think about is whose domain controls the most citadels, though. So, what is the real reason? And why does it seem that you suddenly don't care about it at all?" He paused, and then added evenly. "The great clans have also been at odds with each other for a long time, but you only decided to start a real war now that a whole damn continent is on the verge of being destroyed. Why is that?" "Huh?" Sunny felt a little surreal. A few years ago, as a sleeper, Nephi's had warned him that merely knowing about the existence of sovereigns and domains could get him killed. And now, as a master, he was directly asking such questions to the daughter of a sovereign. Well, it was not like Morgan could do anything to him right now. What punishment could be worse than leaving him behind in the middle of the nightmare desert? Sunny was already as good as dead, so there was no reason to hold back. She looked at him for a while, keeping silent. To Sunny's surprise, there was no anger or disdain in Morgan's eyes. Only a strange, grim amusement. "You really don't know?" He shook his head. Morgan frowned and let out a hoarse chuckle. "Well, both of your questions have the same answer. The probability of powerful nightmare gates opening across the world, we wanted to keep it as low as possible, yes. Wishing to control more citadels, we wanted it too. But now, we indeed don't care about suppressing the number of saints that much." Sunny looked at her with a burning intensity. "Why?" Morgan smiled darkly. "Why else? It's because there's no point in doing so anymore. The critical mass has already been reached. My father and Kisong, they postponed it for as long as they could. But now, there's no way to slow down the pebble anymore. It has already become an avalanche." She leaned forward until her face was mere centimeters from Sunny's and whispered into his ear. "What, did you think that the chain of nightmares was going to stop with the southern quadrant? No, Master Sunless, it is just the start. Soon enough, all of Earth will be the same as Antarctica. Every continent, every city, every home. All of it, all of the waking world will be swallowed by the dream realm." She leaned back, leaving Sunny staring at her in shock. His mind seemed to be frozen. Morgan studied his motionless face with a smile, and then sighed. "Two weak domains can't withstand the future. Only one powerful domain can. So, you see, one way or the other, either valor or song must fall. There can be only one king, and one throne." She lingered for a few moments, and then stood up. "I wish you luck, Master Sunless. Go, conquer the third nightmare, and become a saint. Did you think that the great clans would try to stop you? No, now that the end has begun, we'll need all the saints we can get." Morgan turned away and walked in the direction of Sir Gilead, her vermilion eyes drowning in darkness. As she did, she stopped for a moment and looked at Nephi's. "Sister. I will wait for you in Bastion. Don't take too long." With that, the Princess of War took Summer Night's hand. Soon, they were gone, leaving the six of them, Sunny, Nephi's, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet, alone in the underground chamber. The echo of her words was roaring in Sunny's mind, leaving him paralyzed. After a while, he shifted slightly. "Oh, of course." Outside, the armies of the ancient dead were locked in an eternal battle, and a cold moon shone above the Stygian edifice of the dreadful old tomb. Chapter 1230. Hell is empty. A suffocating cloud of pristine sand had bloated out the sky, and hurricane winds were raging across the vast sea of white dunes. The world was perfectly white and suffused with incinerating heat. The grains of sand cut the skin like knives, but 6 fragile humans stubbornly marched forward through the radiant inferno, covering their eyes with tired hands and struggling against the wind. Sunny was at the head of the small column, shielded from the hurricane, somewhat, by Saint's indomitable back. There was a piece of black glass in his hand, and in it dwelled a reflection of a young man with one shining mirror-like eye. "Hurry, Sunless, you are almost there, but you must hurry. The creature is drawing close." "Shut up, bastard. I know it all." Gritting his teeth, Sunny pushed through the wind and walked forward. He felt as if he had been thrust into a scorching oven. The skinwalker was on their heels, as relentless and inevitable as ever, but at this rate, the desert itself was going to kill them before the great abomination could. What, a joke, 6 of the most powerful ascended in the world, will be done in, by the environment. Wasn't it funny? His journey as an awakened had started with almost freezing to death in the cold mountains, and now, he was on the verge of succumbing to the unbearable heat of the cursed desert. The dream realm was merciless to the weak, but it was also ruthless toward the strong. Not that Sunny was particularly strong, yet. Randomly, he remembered a part of the speech Nephi's had given to the sleepers in the bright castle, right before leading them to siege the Crimson Spire. The weak will die. The strong will die, too. And those who remain won't be the same. Follow me, and you will never be slaves. Visit for the best novel reading experience. He wanted to laugh. The world was entirely white and incandescent. They were not going to last much longer in the annihilating sandstorm. Sunny already felt ready to collapse. He could only imagine how the others felt, without the same elemental resistance as his. Everyone had their own tools to deal with the heat, of course, but still, they were all balancing at the very edge of oblivion. But, luckily, their destination was already close. Slowly, a massive dark shape revealed itself in the hurricane of pristine sand. Sunny froze for a moment, looking up. In front of them, some distance away, a giant block of black stone lay between the white dunes, tilted to the side, its lines perfectly even and immaculately smooth. It seemed impervious to the destructive force of the sandstorm, the cataclysmic fury of the eternal battle between the ancient dead, and even the cruel ravages of time, and yet, one of its ends was cracked, broken, and utterly shattered. Sunny did not know what unholy blow could have damaged the indestructible black stone, and did not want to know. The sight of it stunned him. Not only because he recognized the block of stone for where it had come from, but also for what it was. Sunny nodded, then turned to his companions. What was there to say? He forced out a smile and shouted. "Everyone, stay alive. We will return as saints." With that, he spared each of them one last glance. There were sparks of white flame dancing in Neff's eyes. Cassie was pale, but full of unbreakable resolve. Kai was looking at the black stone with a sense of resigned trepidation. Effie seemed grim and determined. Jet was smiling. She shook her head lightly and grinned. "Life is sure unpredictable. Who would have thought that I'd end up challenging the third nightmare, after all?" Soul Reaper laughed as she looked at Sunny. "Sunny. Thank you." He stared at her for a moment, then shook his head. "What a lunatic." With that, he turned around and took a step toward the black stone. 1 step, 2, 3. Slowly, the white inferno of the raging sandstorm disappeared, and all that remained was boundless darkness. In that darkness, Sunny heard the voice of the spell. "Ascended. Prepare for your third trial." Its words echoed in the void. 13,700,077 brave ones, welcome to the nightmare. Sunny's eyes widened. What? End of Volume 6, All the Devils Are Here. Chapter 1231. Once more, with feeling. Sunny dreamt of a black pyramid. Somber and wreathed in darkness, it rose from a sea of flawlessly white sand like a towering mountain. Its slopes were like vast plains, and its sharp peak was like a spear that pierced the heavens. Outlined against the backdrop of the starlit sky, the pyramid was like a black rift in the fabric of the world. Its edifice was built from millions of colossal stone blocks. Each block was darker than the darkness itself and perfectly aligned, leaving no gaps between them. And each of them, Sunny felt a cold terror grip his heart. Each of the stone blocks was a seed of nightmare. There were millions of them, some already in bloom, some still waiting for their turn to blossom. At the base of the pyramid, the nightmares were shallow and weak. Higher, they were harrowing and unfathomable. And higher still. The slope of the colossal pyramid was broken and covered in cracks, with many blocks either shattered into dismal dust or missing. For vast scars were tainting its immaculate surface, as if some unholy beast had torn through the eternal stone with titanic claws. Above the scars was a narrow capstone. But Sunny, he was not someone who could gaze upon it. The moment he did, his soul convulsed in agony, and his consciousness shattered. The time reversed its flow, but then stuttered and froze. The time warped and screamed. The silhouette of the black pyramid exploded into a myriad of lightless shards. And then, Sunny was no more. There was the sound of wind whistling in his ears. He was falling. Coming to his senses, still disoriented, he sighed. Here we go again. Before doing anything else, Sunny summoned the essence pearl. The next moment, he hit the water. Huh. I just knew this would happen. Instead of thrashing wildly, he let his body sink and waited for the breathing memory to manifest itself. At the same time, Sunny extended his shadow sense outward and tried to understand the nature of his surroundings. Water. Nothing but water. Well, that's strange. Wasn't I in the desert just a few moments ago? They entered the nightmare through a giant block of black stone that lay between the dunes, half buried in the sand. Since the seed was in the desert, the nightmare was also supposed to take place in the desert, unless the spell had sent them in a past so distant that the desert itself did not exist yet, hidden at the bottom of a sea. The thing, though, was that. That's very strange. The cool water around him was not seawater. It was fresh water. If Sunny was so inclined, he could open his mouth and drink as much as he wanted. Not that he would, of course. One thing was certain. Sunny had already guessed it before, but after witnessing the tomb of Ariel in the vision at the start of the nightmare, he was now sure the giant block of black stone was, in fact, one of the building blocks of the Great Pyramid. The unimaginable blow that had left 4 scars on the surface of the demon's tomb must have sent quite a few of them flying far away into the desert. And Mordred had just happened to stumble upon one. Just as expected, the Prince of Nothing had ulterior motives. Or maybe they had just gotten terribly unlucky. Or maybe it was fate. Follow current novels on NOV/3LB, in.co/m. In any case. He shivered slightly, then grimaced and rubbed his face. What the hell, now I'm having nightmares within a nightmare. What a great damn start to the day. Suddenly consumed by anger, he stood up, clenching his fists, and shouted. Curse it! Curse it all! His hoarse voice drowned in the mist. The mist did not look as thick as it had before, but it still veiled the entire world. There was nothing within the reach of his shadow sense except for the endless expanse of flowing water. Curse it all! Sunny shut his eyes for a moment, then winced and sat back down. He was in a terrible mood. What was even the point of it all? He was being pulled by the current, just like he had always been before. For most of his life, Sunny had just gone with the flow, struggling to survive and only reacting to things that threatened him. Going to Antarctica was perhaps the first real decision he had made for himself. Sure, it might have been a reaction as well, but later, Sunny developed an understanding of what he wanted to achieve. He had wanted to protect the civilians of the southern quadrant and the soldiers of the evacuation army. He had wanted to prevent the great clans from messing everything up. The things he had done in East Antarctica were not a reaction, instead, they were the result of an active desire to change the world in the way he saw fit. That was the first time Sunny had tentatively attempted to bend the world to his will, instead of letting the world press him into the ground. And for what? What was the result? The siege capitals of East Antarctica were, most likely, already destroyed. The evacuation army had been wiped out, and the civilians had been slaughtered. There was a desperate hope in his heart that some miracle had happened, saving them all, but Sunny knew that it was a futile dream. When had there ever been a miracle like that? No. He failed. Ah. The world was not so easily bent. Damn it. Sunny stared into the mist with resentment. And then, he heard a voice. Done feeling sorry for yourself yet? What the? With a start, Sunny flinched away from the source of the voice. Falling on the wet surface of the wooden raft, he crawled back and looked up. There was a slender figure standing above him, with a mocking smile on his face. It was a young man with black hair, alabaster skin, and a lithe build. He was wearing a simple tunic of beautiful black silk and a pair of dainty silk shoes, looking like a porcelain doll. His eyes were like two pools of cold darkness. The young man was Sunny. Or rather, it was the sin of solace. However, the spirit of the cursed sword did not look vague and blurry anymore. It looked utterly complete and real. In fact, it looked slightly more real than Sunny himself. Chapter 1232 Lost in the Mist plus, Turn off Reset. Chapter 1232 Lost in the Mist. What the hell? Sunny reached the edge of his makeshift raft and froze there, his fingers submerged in water. A perfect copy of him was standing motionlessly a few meters away, looking down with a mocking smile on his lips. The pale face, the onyx eyes, the raven black hair, it was all the same. But the apparition was much more composed and full of malice than Sunny. There was a boundless ocean of madness hiding behind the cold darkness of its amused gaze. For a moment, Sunny was convinced that one of Mordred's reflections had somehow found him within the mist. But the tone with which the apparition spoke was simply too familiar. With a shudder, he realized that this copy of him was the manifestation of the sin of solace. However, gods. You look so pathetic. Yeah, that's definitely that damned sword. But how could it be? At first, Sunny had only heard indistinct whispers when holding the sin of solace. Later, he could clearly hear its voice. And later still, after Falcon Scott, a vague illusory figure would follow him around. Now, however, that figure seemed perfectly real. That was not the most frightening fact, though. The most frightening thing was that Sunny did not have the sin of solace summoned. How could the spirit of the cursed sword be here, if the sword itself still rested within the still darkness of his soul? Suddenly, a chill ran down Sunny's spine. As if reading his mind, the sin of solace laughed. Ah, how fun. I'll give you some credit, lost from light, you never fail to amuse, at least. What, are you afraid of me now? Sunny hated to admit it, but he was. He did not know what to expect from the cursed Jian. It was tied to Ariel, after all, who was both the demon of dread and the architect of the harrowing pyramid of nightmares. Even if the transcendent memory only contained a facsimile of a distant whisper left behind by the ancient demon, it was still an artifact of terrifying power. He knew that power all too well. Sunny had slain many corrupted nightmare creatures with its help, after all, some of whom he had no business being able to kill, and, as a result, was exposed to its destructive influence in turn. He had thought that he was handling the insidious influence of the sin of solace well. But if he had, then why did the apparition feel more real than ever? How was it able to appear before him without him even holding the cursed sword? Sunny remained silent for a while, then forced out a smile. Afraid of you? Nonsense. Of course not. The sin of solace tilted his head a little, studying Sunny with some interest. Oh, but I think you should. His voice sounded relaxed, but that only made the words more chilling to hear. However, Sunny exhaled with relief. Well, why would I? You're not real. Am I supposed to be frightened of every imaginary bastard? Life's too short for that. The doll-like young man in front of him raised an eyebrow. Are you sure that I am not real? It was hard to tell how much time had passed since Sunny entered the nightmare, too. The dim twilight permeating the mist never grew brighter or darker. However, he felt as if it had not been more than a couple of days. He had spent most of his time numbly staring at the wood grain of his makeshift raft. For some reason, it looked strangely familiar. The strange sense of familiarity was driving Sunny crazy. But then again, perhaps it was the fact that he had gone crazy that caused the irrational sense of familiarity with a random piece of flotsam. After all, there had to be a reason why the spirit of the Sin of Solace was suddenly much more clear, frighteningly real, and even able to appear without Sunny summoning the cursed sword. The less stable his mental state was, the more substantial the presence of the apparition was supposed to be. Sunny did not feel particularly insane, just numb, heartbroken, and emotionally drained. However, which lunatic knew of their madness? The Sin of Solace, meanwhile, was behaving rather strangely. Sunny was painfully aware of his many failures, so he had expected the apparition to barrage him with mockery and contempt. Did you want to protect the people of Antarctica? Did you think that your pathetic self was capable of protecting anything? Stuff like that. Hell, after that last conversation with Morgan, Sunny knew that the waking world was more or less doomed. He didn't even know if Rain would be okay. The Sin of Solace could have used that fact to drive a nail into his heart, too. But the cursed sword mostly remained silent. At some point, Sunny glanced at the apparition, which was still standing in the spot where it first appeared, and raised an eyebrow. Hey, aren't you going to mock me? Don't you want to remind me how pitiful and pathetic I am? Sunny's perfect copy stared at him for a few moments, then looked away with indifference. That grew old ages ago. I can't be bothered. Sunny frowned. Come to think of it, why is it that you haven't moved a single centimeter in all this time? The Sin of Solace scoffed. Where am I supposed to go? This raft is not that large, well, I might as well stand on water, true. But why should I? Sunny studied him for a bit, then shook his head. No. I think you're hiding something. His hallucination laughed. Oh, yeah? So, now you are paranoid, too? Instead of answering, Sunny rose from where he was sitting and took a step toward the Sin of Solace. His copy frowned. What do you think you're? Get lost. Sunny pushed the apparition aside, forcing it to take a step back and sway dangerously at the very edge of the makeshift raft, almost falling into the water. The Sin of Solace cursed, but Sunny paid him no attention. Instead, he stared at the spot where the hallucination had been standing all this time. Interesting. There, a single rune was roughly carved into the wood. Chapter 1233 Coming to Terms with the End of the World Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1233 Coming to Terms with the End of the World. Not paying the Sin of Solace any attention, Sunny bent down and studied the rune. It was carved into the wood, but not with any kind of instrument. The grooves were deep, but crude and uneven, with rough and shaky edges. It was as if someone used their nails to scratch the rune into the wooden surface in a fit of madness. The rune was a familiar one, too. Wish. It had other meanings, too: desire, yearning, longing, aspiration, even hope, sometimes, depending on the context. Sunny knew that rune all too well. How could he not, after spending so much time on the Chained Isles? But its most fundamental meaning was just that, a wish. He stared at the rune for some time, thinking. Who had carved it into the ancient wood? And why? Had it been carved before the piece of wood he was using as a raft ended up as flotsam, or after? What did it mean? Sunny hesitated for a bit, then tentatively scratched at the wood with his nail. It was really tough, much tougher than mundane would have been. This raft of his turned out to be really sturdy. He wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on it without losing a nail or two. What are you doing? Sunny gleamed at the Sin of Solace, who was looking at him with a bewildered expression. Playing dumb, huh? He pointed to the rune. Were you trying to hide it from me? The apparition tilted its head in confusion. Hide what? The chain of nightmares was only the start of a global catastrophe. Sunny did not know how many years the destruction of the waking world would take, a couple, a dozen, or 100, but he believed Morgan when she told him that it was inevitable. The scope of this truth was so vast that he could not even really comprehend it. It was the end of the world. Or was it? I'm stuck here in the third nightmare, and may very well die. But Rain is out there in the waking world, which might be consumed by a global cataclysm at any moment. Sunny could not help but feel restless, disheartened, and afraid for his sister. At least Serpent is with her. It will protect her. Regardless of that, the revelation of the dire future forced him to look beyond his own experiences and motivations. Sunny had been struggling against many things ever since becoming an awakened. His personal indignation at becoming bonded with Nephi's, his desire to be stronger than her and escape the chains of fate, his animosity toward the great clans and his ambition to see as many people as possible survive the chain of nightmares, all these matters were important and valid. But, blinded by them, he never seriously considered the most fundamental and important conflict, mostly because it had always seemed too large and distant to have anything to do with a small and insignificant person like him. The nightmare spell, which was slowly consuming humanity. Now that he knew that the waking world had reached the point of no return, Sunny couldn't ignore the looming terror of it anymore. This is just infuriating. I can't believe that I ended up being the bigger fool, out of the two of us. Back when Nephi's had told him that her goal was to destroy the spell, Sunny called her a lunatic. And he still believed that her desire was nothing but pure madness. However, as it turned out, the world they lived in was a world of madness. So it was Sunny, who just wanted to operate a memory store and live a peaceful life, who was misguided. In retrospect, maybe Neff's desire to conquer all the nightmares and destroy the spell was a bit insane, but Sunny's desire to just be free of it all and live carefree was pure lunacy. The only sane ones were probably the people who fell somewhere in between these two extremes. Like Effie. Chapter 1234 Two Futures. Laying on a makeshift raft that was being pulled through boundless mist by a powerful current, Sunny suddenly burst out in laughter. Updated from I see now. Sin of Solace glanced at him with curiosity. What is it that you see, if you don't mind me asking? Sunny remained silent for a while. No, it's just that. I suddenly remembered an old conversation. Years ago, in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, Effie, who was mostly a stranger back then, had told Sunny a strange thing. She had told him that the dream realm was not hell, like everyone believed, but instead a paradise, a dark and cruel one, but a paradise nevertheless. The kind of paradise they all deserved. He knew now that Effie felt that way because she had been trapped in a broken body and constrained to a wheelchair in the waking world, but received a chance to be healthy and vibrant in the dream realm. However, that was not the only reason. Effie also believed that the waking world was dying, not because of the spell, but because of what humans themselves had done to the ecosystem they needed to exist. It might have even died already if it wasn't for the awakened and the gifts they had received from the spell. The last thing she had said to him back then was that one day, in the future, more people would consider the dream realm a paradise, just like she did. This is what it comes down to, isn't it? If Sunny tried to think realistically about the future, then the destruction of the waking world did not necessarily have to mean the destruction of humanity. Humanity was going to persevere, the small part of humanity that had access to the dream realm, to be more precise. There were hundreds of thousands of awakened in the world, a few hundred masters, and a few dozen saints. But these numbers were going to swell soon. If the chain of nightmares was any indication, the nightmare spell was starting to run rampant once again. There was going to be an incredible amount of infected in the coming years, numerous new sleepers, numerous new awakened. There would be much more masters, too, and even much more saints. Even if the waking world was consumed, these people would be able to live on in the small part of the dream realm that had already been conquered by humanity. Many things would be lost, but the citadels were not that far from being self-sufficient. Especially the great citadels like Bastion and Ravenheart, those were already like cities. So, this is it? This is the future? Out of 3 billions, just a few millions would survive? He wanted to be strong, too. Strong enough to break his chains, and protect those he loved. He wanted to live a good life. It's time to stop thinking about the big picture and concentrate on what exactly I have to do right now. Most of the people he cared about were now inside this nightmare. There were a few of them in the waking world, as well, including Rain. So, his goal was rather simple. First of all, he had to survive. He also had to find his friends, and make sure that they survived, too. Then, they had to conquer the third nightmare and return to the waking world. A god might descend from the machine to save humanity, or not, most likely not. In any case, it would not happen anytime soon, so the next few years, at least, would go according to the future that the sovereigns envisioned. In that future, the value of a saint would be tremendous. A saint would not be easily dismissed or bullied, in fact, the opposite would be true. So, Sunny had to become a saint. This was very convenient, considering that he was already inside a third nightmare, and the only alternative to transcendence was death. Additionally, as a saint, he would be able to bring people, even mundane people, into the dream realm. So, should the waking world really perish, he would be able to save Rain and a few others from that destruction. Or give them a chance to be saved, at least. Survive. Transcend. These were his goals, for now. And should he succeed, maybe other things would become possible, too. Become strong. Live a good life. Protect those I love. Defeat fate. Be free. What a beautiful wish. Lulled by the sweet promise of a dreamlike future and the gentle swaying of the waves, Sunny slowly fell asleep. Chapter 1235 Wondrous Sight. Sunny had a nightmare again. Waking up in cold sweat, he couldn't remember what he had dreamt about, but was momentarily paralyzed by an overwhelming feeling of a dark, dreadful, devouring obsession. His mental state must have suffered a greater blow than he had thought, for him to keep suffering from repeated nightmares. Well, that was not an unreasonable result, considering what had happened during the Battle of the Black Skull and after. I should summon Nightmare and let him guard my sleep. He can subjugate a few of these dreams, too. As soon as Sunny thought that, he felt that something was wrong. W.H. In the next moment, the raft beneath him lurched, and then, the calming murmur of the flowing water suddenly turned into a deafening roar. Sunny was thrown off the cool wooden surface and tossed into the depths. Feeling water surge into his mouth and nose, he cursed, swiftly sensed the surrounding space, and tried to find the familiar piece of flotsam. It was his only refuge in the mist, after all. The raft was a few meters above him. Struggling against the current, Sunny swam upward. There was something strange, though. The previously dark expanse of water around him was now suffused with light, and the higher he reached, the brighter it became. Finally, Sunny breached the surface and shut his eyes tightly, blinded by sunlight. The ever-present mist was gone. Pushing his body against the current, Sunny swam toward his reliable raft, climbed onto the slick wood, and coughed out a mouthful of water. Then, he brushed his wet hair back and tentatively opened his eyes. After days spent in the twilight of the ghostly mist, it took them a few seconds to adjust to the brightness of the day. Slowly, a breathtaking vista revealed itself from white radiance. Sunny gasped slightly. In front of him, as far as the eye could see, was a vast expanse of clear, sparkling water. Gentle sunlight reflected from its surface, making the whole world seem as if it was littered with gemstones. High above, in the great firmament of the blue sky, 7 suns were shining with beautiful light. Just what kind of seed did we enter? There was the sound of splashing, and the Sin of Solace calmly walked across the surface of the water to stand atop the wooden raft again. He was perfectly dry and unbothered by the sudden change of scenery. There was a slight smile on his porcelain face. Quite a sight, isn't it? Sunny nodded silently, then suddenly looked intently at the spot where the apparition was standing. The pale wood was dark and wet with water. When the mist had mysteriously disappeared, the raft must have overturned, revealing its bottom side. And that underside was riddled with chaotic, manic lines. They were runes, thousands of them, all blending into one demented tapestry. But, not only runes. Sunny recognized some of the crudely carved symbols, but others were entirely unfamiliar to him. With a shudder, he noticed that there were even the familiar letters of the human language. Translated by the spell, all the symbols were repeating the same words. Wish 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 be careful of wish wish be careful of what you wish for wish for wish for wish for wish 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 be careful of what you wish for be careful of what you wish wish for. Sunny froze. The words continued, spilling over the ancient wood as they broke and crisscrossed each other. Just like the single rune on the other side of the raft, it looked like they had been scratched into the incredibly durable wood by someone's nails. The lines were rough and frantic, but deep and forceful. Sunny scowled, feeling an uncontrollable desire to move away from the deranged weave of runes. He felt a sense of dire madness radiating from them, and was irrationally wary of being infected by it. However, there was nowhere to move. The whole raft was covered by the mad litany of twisted symbols. The part of it that he could see, the part where the Sin of Solace was standing calmly, and even the part where he was kneeling were all riddled with them. Suddenly tense, Sunny looked away and glanced at the beautiful expanse of sparkling water once again. Somehow, it didn't seem as dreamy anymore. Chapter 1236 Great River. Be careful of what you wish for. Sunny considered these words despite feeling that thinking about them too hard was, perhaps, not too wise. The aura of madness radiating from the carvings was just too intense to ignore. The sight of the thousands of runes carved into the underside of his makeshift raft was more than a little bit ominous. However, he was not very concerned about how urgent and demented they looked. What really made him wary were the symbols themselves. There were familiar runes, and unfamiliar symbols, too. Although Sunny had extensively studied the various known languages of the dream realm, he could easily admit that there might have been writing systems that he had never seen. Even if it was a little strange that they were not only completely unknown to him, but also bore no passing resemblance to any of the ones he had brushed against before. However, how could there be the letters of human language here? Visit for the best novel reading experience. That was what really disturbed him. Have someone from the evacuation army entered this nightmare already? But no, that made no sense. The chances of an awakened from his world entering the same nightmare, finding the exact same piece of flotsam, and carving words from a dozen different languages, some of which even a researcher like Sunny had never stumbled upon, let alone mastered, into the wood before disappearing without a trace were infinitely small. Not to mention that the markings did not seem fresh. They seemed like they had been made a long, long time ago. So, what the hell was the meaning of this? In fact, what the hell was the meaning of this entire nightmare? There had been no vision of reverse time when Sunny entered it. There were apparently millions of challengers who had entered it before him. There was no desert, no pyramid. Instead, there were the 7 suns and a seemingly boundless expanse of water that sparkled under their light. None of it made any sense at all. Even his shadows looked perplexed. With a quiet groan, Sunny rubbed his temples and glanced at the Sin of Solace. What do you think about all this? The pale apparition looked at him with a smile. I am a part of you, so you should already be aware. No? Recognizing his own words, Sunny sighed and turned away. Bastard. The Sin of Solace laughed. Then again, this river was supposed to exist outside of time. So it was just as likely that, should he survive the nightmare, he would return to the waking world at the exact same moment that he had left it. Come to think of it. If this nightmare had a strange relationship with the flow of time, then it could possibly explain how 13 million challengers, way more than there were awakened in the waking world, had ended up inside of it. Maybe they had entered, and would enter the nightmare at various points in time before Sunny was alive, during his life, and long after he was dead. That was a very confusing and incredibly troublesome thought, though. Because it meant that in all that time, none of them had managed to conquer the nightmare. Sunny shivered. I'm just guessing, though. I might be completely wrong about the whole thing. In fact, it's most likely that I am. He still needed more information. Although Sunny had a very good memory and could easily remember the descriptions mentioning the Great River, he still decided to summon the rune and take another look at them. The shimmering symbols appeared in the air in front of him. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Ascended. Class, Tyrant. Shadow Cores, 5-7. Shadow Fragments, 1236/5000. Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard. He searched for the runes of the stifled scream, but then froze. A strange expression appeared on Sunny's face. What? At the end of the long list of his memories, there was a string of runes that had not been there before. Chapter 1237. The answer is in the past. Receiving a new memory had always been an important and memorable event for Sunny. After all, with his advantage in deciphering the secrets of their enchantments, memories were one of his most powerful tools. Sunny relied on his soul arsenal a lot. However, as time had gone by, the importance of the memories lessened to a large extent. Of course, he was still reliant on them, but these days, most of the rewards he received from the spell were either too weak for his level of power or inferior to something he already possessed. With rare exceptions, their worth lay mainly in expanding his repertoire of weaving and serving as fuel for the evolution of his shadows. So, getting a new memory was not as memorable an event as it had been before. Still, it was not to the extent that Sunny could forget receiving one. What the hell? He seemed to be saying this phrase a lot recently. Sunny was befuddled, but he couldn't deny what he saw. There was indeed a new string of runes at the end of the list of his memories, one that he neither recognized nor had ever seen before. He scowled, then threw a suspicious glance at the Sin of Solace. After hesitating for a while, Sunny chose not to say anything and turned his attention back to the runes. Not only had the new memory appeared out of nowhere, but its name also made him feel a deep sense of unease. The runes read: Memory, Key of the Estuary. Sunny stared at it for a minute or two, disturbed. He had just been thinking about the tomb of Ariel, the great river, and its estuary, and now, this? What did the name of the memory mean? Where did it come from? And, more importantly, when did it appear? He had not killed anything, or anyone, after entering the nightmare. His shadows were within his soul sea. They couldn't have slain a nightmare creature, either. Except for Soul Serpent. But if Rain had been attacked by an abomination and Serpent killed it while defending her, the spell should have still announced the kill and the acquisition of a memory to Sunny. Yet he had not heard its voice since entering the nightmare. Had it happened while he was asleep? With a grim expression, Sunny pulled his attention from the mysterious memory and glanced at the list of his shadows. Soul Serpent's runes were still bleak and lifeless, but they were there, which meant that Serpent had not been destroyed, at least. It wouldn't have let anything happen to Rain without sacrificing itself first. So, Rain was most definitely alright, she had to be. Suddenly, Sunny felt his heart turn cold and heavy. He looked at the beautiful expanse of sparkling water with a somber expression, his eyes full of concern and darkness. Then, he slightly shook his head and looked down. Doesn't make any sense. What were the chances of a random abomination in the distant NQSC gifting Sunny with a memory that was connected to the Great River? Why would it? Pursing his lips, he let out a heavy sigh and turned his attention back to the runes. Concentrating on the estuary key made more shimmering symbols appear in the air. As soon as Sunny started reading them, his expression changed. Memory, Key of the Estuary. Memory rank, Supreme. Supreme? His heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Sunny's unease deepened. He should have been excited to find himself in possession of such a powerful memory. However, instead, all Sunny felt was a cold sense of dread. It was because he firmly believed that nothing in this world, two worlds, rather, was ever free. So, getting a supreme memory out of nowhere only made him feel apprehension. Could Serpent even kill a great nightmare creature? Soul Serpent was an ascended tyrant, just like Sunny. Sunny himself was not powerful enough to dare face a great abomination. His chances of surviving such a fight were not zero, but very close to it. The vessels of the Skinwalker were proof. Frowning, Sunny swallowed his questions and continued to read. Memory tier, 6. 6th tier. He didn't even bother to consider the implications and turned to the description, which was strangely short. sarthenovelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. There were only several shimmering runes. Memory description, the answer is oblivion. Sunny stared grimly at the short string of runes, perplexed. The answer? He was confused. To what question? Was oblivion the key to the estuary? What did it mean? Or was it not oblivion, but oblivion, the demon of oblivion? But what did that easily forgotten demon have to do with anything? Sunny rubbed his face, then glanced at the enchantments of the mysterious memory. However, to his disappointment, there were no more hints hidden in the runes. All he saw was memory enchantments? Enchantment description? And that was it. There seemed to be only one enchantment, but it had no name and no description. It was just like the "Where is my eye?" enchantment of Weaver's Mask, which had not been named until Sunny used it. There was one difference, though. Where is my eye was an active enchantment, while the enchantment of the estuary key seemed to be a passive one. Sunny took a deep breath. So, what is the probability that Soul Serpent had killed a great terror while I slept, and that the memory received by me as a result has to do with the Great River? That was the only logical explanation, and yet, the logic of that explanation was highly questionable. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and summoned the key of the estuary. Of course, it would have been more prudent to first study the mysterious memory in the Soul Sea, yet, somehow, Sunny felt reluctant to touch it within his soul. Soon, countless sparks of darkness swarmed around his palm, and then slowly formed into a jagged piece of black stone. The jagged stone was utterly black and cool to the touch, reminding Sunny of the building blocks of the tomb of Ariel. There were no features to it, no runes or images carved into its surface. It was just a rough, palm-sized chunk of stone that seemed like something one would randomly pick up from the ground. Since the mysterious enchantment of the estuary key was a passive one, it was supposed to come into effect as soon as the memory was summoned. However, if it was doing something, Sunny couldn't tell. He did not feel any changes, neither in himself nor in the world. Ah. I feel like I'm going mad. He had been bombarded by more and more bizarre questions since the start of the nightmare, and none of them had any answers. There was also an answer that didn't seem to have a question. Even the sin of solace had become a bit weird. Uttering a quiet curse, Sunny concentrated and peered beneath the surface of the jagged black stone. Even if the enchantment had no name and no description, he could still study its weave himself. After all, by now, he had some knowledge of weaving, as well as the ability to intuitively feel the purpose of various weaves. Within the estuary key, there was a vast tapestry of ethereal strings. It was not the most complicated spell weave Sunny had ever seen, that would be the weave of Weaver's Mask, but it was still incredibly complex, and unimaginably intricate. An enchantment like that was hopelessly outside the scope of what he himself could create, at least. Sunny was stunned. However, he was not stunned by the intricacy or complexity. Instead, what paralyzed him were the strings themselves. Because, unlike the strings of soul essence that comprised the weaves of all memories created by the spell, these ones were not ethereally luminous and silvery white. Instead, they were lightless and dark. Like something Sunny himself would create. Chapter 1238 So bizarre. The strings of the memories created by the spell were made out of soul essence, at least Sunny was convinced that they were. They were strings of ethereal, silver light. The strings that Sunny himself weaved, however, were made out of shadow essence. Although they were a perfect substitute for the strings of light, they appeared entirely black. This was the reason why the weaves of the memories he modified were like a patchwork of light and darkness. The weave of the estuary key, however, had no light at all. Every string of its vast and intricate tapestry was black, as if created out of shadow essence. It was just like the siege souvenir that Sunny had made and used to kill Goliath. Sunny stared at the jagged piece of black stone, dumbfounded. What What is the meaning of this? How could there be a memory such as this if he had not created it? Suddenly, there was cold sweat on his face. Have I lost a part of my memories? Oblivion, oblivion, the answer was oblivion. Sunny shifted, and his hand instinctively shot to the side, ready to grasp a weapon. The Sin of Solace observed his panic with an amused smile. A few seconds passed, then a few more. The great river was peaceful and desolate, with not a threat in sight. Slowly, Sunny allowed himself to relax. Even if I somehow lost some memories, that wouldn't explain this damned memory. Sunny was certain that he was not capable of creating a spellweave of such magnitude and complexity. He was nowhere near that level, as far as weaving was concerned. Much more importantly, he knew for a fact that he was not capable of killing a great terror to collect 6 supreme soul shards. Although, if this memory was an artificial one, the soul shards could have come from 6 great beasts instead. Or 6 sovereigns. Follow current novels on NOV/3LB, in co/m. Nevertheless, the second explanation was even less believable than the first one. Too many things about it did not make any sense. The third explanation had to do with the great river, and the nature of time. Since time worked strangely in this nightmare, it was, maybe, possible that Sunny would create the key of the estuary in the future, but was somehow capable of already possessing it in the present. He really didn't know that much about time, or rather, he knew just as much about it as any person would. Sunny was not ignorant, but time itself was like a perversion of itself here. In any case, he had no idea how it worked on the great river. So, who was to say that something like that couldn't happen? The third explanation was the most bizarre, and yet, it somehow sounded more plausible than the other two. Sunny dismissed the estuary key and silently stared at the vast expanse of flowing water in front of him. The 7 suns were slowly traveling across the blue sky. So, in conclusion, I have no idea how I ended up on this river instead of in the nightmare desert, no knowledge about what the great river actually is, no hints about what to do to conquer the nightmare, and no clue where the others are. And on top of that, there is a mysterious memory in my soul, and the Sin of Solace seems to have gone through a strange transformation. Sunny sighed as he enjoyed the beautiful view. Wonderful. The Sin of Solace glanced at him with a smile. I'm glad you're in a good mood. Then, the apparition took a tentative step back and grinned. But, Sunny, shouldn't you be paying more attention to the surroundings in a situation like this? Sunny frowned for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had been distracted by the barrage of weird revelations and lulled into a false sense of security by the beautiful tranquility of the great river. Which was why he was a second too late to sense a vast shadow rising swiftly from the depths below him. Summoning a memory, he cursed and jumped high into the air. In the next moment, giant jaws tore the surface of the water on both sides of his makeshift raft and closed, turning it into thousands of sharp splinters. Chapter 1239 Sea Monster. The piece of flotsam had survived untold years of drifting on the currents of the great river, and was so sturdy enough that Sunny couldn't easily leave a scratch on it despite being an ascended tyrant. Nevertheless, in just an instant, it was utterly obliterated. The thousands of manic runes carved into its surface were destroyed. All that remained were tiny splinters, and even those disappeared a split second later, when the giant jaws snapped shut. A massive serpentine head appeared from beneath the water, 2 monstrous eyes staring at Sunny with hunger and malevolent fury. Azure scales glistened in the sunlight, each one larger and thicker than the armor plates of a heavy military APC. The creature was utterly enormous, ancient, and seemingly mad. But Sunny was already in the air. The height of his vertical jump was nothing to scoff at, so there was a lot of distance between him and the sharp narrow snout of the abomination. However, it did not matter, because the giant sea serpent continued to rise from the water, revealing its tower-like neck. Its maw opened again like the gates of a dark abyss. Another second later, it had already shot 24 meters into the sky, threatening to swallow Sunny whole. Curse it, why does such a huge monster even want to eat a tiny morsel like me? But then again, nightmare creatures were not really interested in human flesh. What they wanted were human souls, And as far as souls went, Sunny's was powerful and vast despite his modest size. Damn it! Sunny twisted in the air and kicked down. He was not trying to strike the sea serpent, instead, he used one of its fangs as a trampoline to catapult himself even further up. The timing of this desperate maneuver had to be incredibly precise, and the tiniest mistake meant death, but he was nothing if not quick. Especially when augmented by all 5 of his shadows. And if the bastard lost a tooth as a result, well, that would be even better. However, the sea serpent's fang did not break from Sunny's powerful kick. In fact, it was almost the opposite. If not for bone weave, Sunny's leg might have snapped. The giant fang seemed utterly indestructible, like a monolith made of pristine crystal jade. Wincing in pain, Sunny shot higher into the sky, and the creature followed. The serpent's long body continued to rise from the water, revealing its terrifying size and length. Just from the small part that could be seen, he judged that the abomination was at least a couple 100 meters in length. It was a true leviathan. Gods! The leviathan was large enough to be a titan. Granted, dwellers of the depths were often larger than their land counterparts, but if it was indeed a titan, then Sunny was in big trouble. Because titans had all kinds of ways to kill someone like him from afar. Shuddering, he concentrated and peered through the azure scales. He needed to understand what the creature's rank and class were. What Sunny saw left him shaken and revolted. Darkness, nothing but vile darkness, with only one pronounced node that was the source of it. His mouth was suddenly dry. A great beast. Still being carried into the sky by the heavenly burden, Sunny let out a stifled laugh. Well, that's unexpected. He had never thought that he would be glad to see a great beast one day. But he was. A great beast was a harrowing creature of indescribable destructive power, but it was still fundamentally a beast. And beasts did not usually possess any unnatural powers. So, while the azure serpent was without a doubt an absolutely disastrous foe for Sunny, meeting it was still better than encountering a titan, a terror, a tyrant, or even a devil of a lesser rank. Because the creature couldn't do anything to him while Sunny remained in the sky. Ah, but there is a problem. Forcing himself to look away from the towering monstrosity, Sunny studied the vast expanse of the great river. There was nothing but water, no matter in which direction he looked. He had nowhere to land. Chapter 1240 Sunny Zeppelin. The giant great beast was growing smaller and smaller as Sunny rose higher into the sky. The winds were howling, and he was slowly starting to feel apprehensive about how long it would take him to fall back down. The view was simply breathtaking, but even from such a high vantage point, Sunny could not see a single piece of land. There were no islands, no continents, and no ships. There was not even another piece of flotsam. He sighed. What a predicament. Enjoying the view? Sunny flinched and craned his neck, looking at the Sin of Solace. His identical copy was calmly standing on thin air, looking down at him. The wind was playing with the apparition's long black hair. Sunny frowned. Follow current novels on NOV/3LB, in the co/m. I really need to get a haircut. You're ignoring me now? Ungrateful. He glared at the apparition silently, then asked. How are you doing that? Why aren't you falling? A wicked smile appeared on the face of the cursed spirit. It's because, unlike you, I'm not weighed down by sin. Sunny scoffed. Bastard, it's literally in your name. The two were silent for a few moments, giving him ample time to enjoy the fact of just how insane he had become. After a while, the Sin of Solace pointed down. Why bother resisting? Here's an idea, just go jump into this beast's maw. Haven't you heard the stories about people traveling inside a sea creature's belly? With your luck, it will definitely bring you to somewhere pleasant. Sunny stared at the porcelain face of the apparition. If I die, you die too, you know? The Sin of Solace grinned. And so it continued. The great beast stubbornly followed, always staying precisely below Sunny. The hours slowly went by. Sometimes, he would rise, and sometimes, he would descend. The heavenly burden continued to poke small holes in his skin, which then immediately healed thanks to the living stone trait of the shell. Sunny grew angry. Then, he grew depressed. Then, he grew bored. Eventually, he started to enjoy the feeling of flying through this beautiful world of radiant sunlight and shining water. A small smile appeared on his face. There was a great abomination waiting to gobble Sunny up, and yet, he felt strangely peaceful. How many people out there dreamed of being able to fly? Maybe I did lose my mind. He was happy that the sin of solace, at least, was keeping his mouth shut. The 7 suns slowly moved across the sky. Eventually, the dawn to his right dissipated, giving way to night. The 7th sun rose above the water and crawled west across the firmament, followed by a spreading darkness. The sun to his left drowned in the crimson water and disappeared, soon followed by another. One by one, all 7 suns disappeared beyond the western horizon, and the sky became completely black. There was no moon, and no stars. However, soon after absolute darkness consumed the world, the waters of the great river themselves began to emanate a soft, shimmering radiance. Sunny held his breath, stunned by the sublime beauty of this dark, luminous world. The whole boundless expanse of the great river was now suffused with faint, but beautiful light. It was as though the 7 suns were now somewhere far below, the soft echo of their light barely reaching the world through the unfathomable mass of water. How pretty! Sunny stared at the softly shining expanse of water for a while. Then, his expression turned dull. If there was one flaw to this ethereally beautiful scene, it was the dark shape beneath the surface of the flowing water, and the 2 giant eyes staring at him with hunger and madness. The day was over, and the night had come. But the damned great beast was still patiently waiting for him below. Looking at the head of the ancient sea serpent, Sunny sighed. I wonder how many days I can survive. Chapter 1241 Dark Island. Sunny glided through the dark sky above the luminous expanse of softly shining water. The wind was caressing his skin, and tranquil silence ruled the world. If not for the need to pierce himself with the sharp needle over and over again, he would have found the situation relaxing. Of course, there was also the monster sea serpent that patiently pursued him, staring at the perfectly black canvas of the night sky with cloudy eyes. He also had to constantly remain on high alert. There was no telling what else could attack him from above. After a while, Sunny let out a sigh. How tiresome. He was starting to miss the days of plummeting into the sky below. At least he had the dead mimic to sit on back then. Now, there was nowhere for him to rest. Sunny continued to fly forward, surrounded by nothing except empty air. He had the sin of solace with him instead of Mordred, too. It was really hard to tell which one of them was worse company. What? Have you lost? I strongly protest against this comparison. The apparition glanced at him with contempt, then looked away. Sunny sighed again. Yeah, you are way more handsome than that guy. Sorry. I went too far. The sin of solace scoffed, and they continued forward in silence. After a long while, the faint radiance of the flowing water grew a little dimmer. The eastern horizon brightened, and then, the first of the suns appeared from below in a crown of lilac hues. A new day was starting. The soft light suffusing the great river slowly dissipated, and the 7 suns appeared from below the water one after another. Soon, the western horizon was once again wreathed in the crimson flames of dusk. Everywhere else, it was bright day. The island was not large, but it was large enough to pose an obstacle for the sea monster. If the abomination wanted to follow Sunny to the surface, it would have to leave the water entirely, and fighting on land would be very advantageous to Sunny. Maybe the ancient serpent would not climb out of the river at all. But even if it did, it would be out of its element. With Sunny, Saint, Nightmare, Imp, and the 5 shadows, maybe they stood a chance of driving the creature away, or even killing it. The sin of solace must have grown much stronger, as well. After all, the hideous truth, enchantment of the Jade Blade promised immense power to those who succumbed to its madness, and, judging by how real the sword wraith seemed, Sunny had met quite a lot of the requirements. Plus, Sunny could find clues about the nature of the nightmare on the island. Right now, he was suffering the most from the lack of information. Knowledge was the origin of power, so he couldn't miss a chance to acquire some. Let's hope that the old snake is not going to follow me to land. Sunny removed the heavenly burden from his arm and started slowly descending in the direction of the dark island. The closer he got to it, the more details he could make out. The steep slopes of the island were craggy, with their lower parts encased in silver. There were numerous barnacles growing on the tarnished metal, with waves of water foaming as they splashed against them from time to time. There were also massive chains rising from the water and disappearing in the fissures higher up the slopes. Sunny frowned. The island was very strange, that was a given. However, there was something about that strangeness that made him feel uneasy. The monstrous serpent, too, seemed to have grown wary as they drew closer to the weathered hill of dark rock. Sunny's eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be? He hesitated for a few moments, and then tried to peer through the surface of the island. A split second later, Sunny cursed and hurriedly drove the heavenly needle back into his skin. In the next moment, the island quaked and moved as a titanic head slowly rose from beneath the waves to stare at the ancient sea serpent with a giant, unmoving eye. What Sunny saw beneath the weathered black rock was an ocean of vile darkness, and 2 nodes from where the corruption had spread throughout the whole enormous creature. The entire island was simply the carapace of a colossal great monster. Chapter 1242 Cataclysmic Battle. Sunny stared at the colossal reptilian head that had risen from below the waves. There were streams of water flowing down from it like roaring waterfalls, and brands of tarnished silver encasing it like armor. The monster's eyes were like murky lakes, and its massive beak was like the ram of an oceanic battleship. Of course, there was no vessel in the waking world that could compare with the destructive power of that beak. The thing that Sunny had assumed to be an island was, in fact, the shell of a giant, monstrous black turtle. He froze, stunned by the sheer size of the great monster. And I thought that sea snake was enormous. The sea serpent that had been following Sunny was, indeed, quite large. It was easily larger than the fallen titan Goliath, whom Sunny had killed during the siege of Falcon Scott. However, the creature's body was still only a couple 100 meters long. The monstrous turtle, meanwhile, spanned more than a kilometer. In front of it, the serpent looked like a little snake. And yet, it seems undeterred. The azure serpent had risen its head out of the water, too, and was staring at the great monster in front of it with its mad, cloudy eyes. The 2 nightmare creatures observed each other. Sunny, meanwhile, was cursing his fate. Damn it, damn it. I was hoping to step on something solid again. Instead of a safe harbor, he found an abomination that was even more harrowing than the one waiting to swallow him whole. You can still step on that turtle, you know. The Sin of Solace grinned. Sunny spared him a dark glance, then turned to look at the 2 abominations. At that moment, the giant turtle lowered its head a little and let out a low, threatening huff, which sounded like rolling thunder. Water was still flowing off its black scales, and its murky eyes were slowly igniting with dark silver light. It was clearly not happy that another nightmare creature had invaded its territory and disturbed its sleep. The azure serpent stared at it for a few moments more, then turned its snout and threw a deranged gaze at Sunny. What is that old snake thinking? Turn your tail and run, lunatic. Sunny still clearly remembered the ease with which the carapace centurions had slaughtered the carapace scavengers. A monster was much more powerful and deadly than a mere beast, no matter the rank. If the sea serpent had any sense left, it would retreat to avoid angering the black turtle. Which was good news for Sunny. Even though he had not managed to find shelter from the abomination on the shell of the great monster could still rid him of the dreadful pursuer. The turtle did not seem to have noticed Sunny either. If things turned out well. But, of course, they did not. Unleashed below him, were probably enough to erase an entire, what do you think? The sword wraith smiled. I think you are going to die of hunger before finding land. Oh, or you can go fishing in the river and be eaten by the fish instead. There's always a choice. Sunny grimaced. Why did I even ask? He continued to follow the current of the great river, flying north, into the past. Eventually, the 7 suns drowned again, suffusing the water with their light. The sky was black and devoid of stars. The world was silent. Sunny tiredly closed his eyes. Can't sleep. Falling asleep might kill me. He stared at the expanse of softly shining water beneath him, then blinked a couple of times. What the hell, how is this possible? A familiar shadow was hiding beneath the waves below him. The azure serpent was back. There were hints of blood in the water around it, but the damned creature was indeed there, still waiting to devour Sunny. Did it escape from that giant turtle? Struggling to believe in it, Sunny turned around and looked back. Of course, the place where the 2 abominations had battled was too far away for him to see anything. But he did notice something else. Somewhere out there, upstream, almost too distant to be noticed, a tiny spark of pure white light was glistening above the blush-green, luminous waters. It was hard to notice because of the soft glow of the great river at night, but it was certainly there. Sunny held his breath for a moment. I shouldn't get my hopes up. Right? He slowed down, and then came to a halt. The Sin of Sala stopped, too, looking at him with a detached expression. Still. I must make sure. Sunny rubbed his face, glanced at the azure serpent once again, and then sent himself flying back. Let's see if you want to meet that turtle again, old snake. Follow current novels on NOV/3LB, in co/m. Chapter 1243 Searching for Light. By the time Sunny flew close enough to distinguish the source of the white spark, it had already disappeared. However, finding the source was not too hard. There were not a lot of things that could be distinguished from the empty expanse of flowing water on the great river, after all. By then, it was already morning. The suns were slowly rising from below, and the world was enveloped in the dim glow of twilight. The soft radiance of the shimmering water had dissipated, making it easier for Sunny to see colors. Hovering high above the current, he froze. There was a stunned expression on his face. How is this possible? Far below him, a vast span of the great river was painted red. Blood was clouding the clear water, and the polluted patch of it was at least 6 kilometers across. From high up, it looked as if a bloody flower was slowly blooming in the middle of the river. At the center of the red patch, a familiar great monster was floating lifelessly, the silver bands encasing its neck broken and bent. The black turtle was dead. There was a vicious wound at the spot where its neck met its body. The wound was large enough to be a tunnel, with rivers of blood still flowing out of it into the water. The equally gruesome exit wound was all the way across the monster's massive body, just below one of its armored flippers. Shaken, Sunny lingered for a while, and then looked down, at the spot where his pursuer was hiding beneath the water. At that moment, the azure serpent rose its head above the surface and stared at Sunny with mad fury burning in its cloudy eyes. The great beast looked battered and maimed, with several huge chunks of flesh missing from its long neck, but it was undeniably alive. He had thought once that the azure serpent was like a little snake in front of the colossal turtle. But from the looks of it, that little snake had managed to burrow into the body of the larger monster, tear it from the inside, and escape back into the river to catch up to Sunny. The old snake must be a king of beasts. It actually took down a monster. Updated from. He was slightly impressed. But mostly, he was disturbed. Being pursued by a great beast was already bad enough, but now that he knew that the azure serpent was a fearsome existence among the creatures of its class, the situation seemed even worse. He did not want to study the nature of the dead abomination in detail right now, though. First, he wanted to find out where the white light had come from. Soon, the shadow noticed something. In the middle of a large patch of moss, there was a spot where it had been burned away, revealing the rock surface beneath. The rock itself was covered by ash and soot. Most importantly, there was a palm print in the ash. A human palm print. Sunny's heart suddenly started to beat faster. The gloomy shadow seemed excited, too. It sped up, gliding across the dark island and diving into the deep fissures in the rock shell from time to time. And after diving into one of the more shallow gorges, it saw something that made it freeze. Out there in the shade of the fissure, leaning her back on the uneven black rock, a young woman with silver hair was sitting on the ground. Her black clothes were singed and torn, and there was a wild look in her striking gray eyes. She was holding a piece of strange-looking roasted meat in her hands, sinking her teeth into it with a determined expression. Both her fingers and lips were covered in grease. It was Nephi's. As Sunny and the gloomy shadow were staring at her in stunned silence, she suddenly shifted, raised her head and looked directly at the shadow. Her eyes widened a little. Forgetting to chew, Neph lingered for a moment, and then awkwardly waved at the shadow with a greasy hand. Chapter 1244 Damn Great Steak. It's actually her. Sunny did not want to admit it, but he was incredibly excited. A small smile appeared on his face, and he let out a long sigh. Far below, his shadow waved back at Nephi's. He was happy, and not only because it was Neph whom he had found. Sunny was also happy to find anyone at all. After days spent in solitude, he was starting to fear that the strangeness of the great river was much more dire than he had thought, and that he was actually sent into an entirely different nightmare, or perhaps epic, than the other members of the cohort. In fact, he had been suppressing the gnawing fear of being the only human in this flowing world. Thank the gods. Under the watchful gaze of the azure serpent, Sunny retrieved the heavenly burden and glided down in a wide spiral. He was still wary of the great abomination, but had no choice except to land. It was a good thing, too. After spending 2 days drifting through the empty sky, he longed to stand on something solid again. The small puncture wound left behind by the black needle was completely healed by the time Sunny reached the stone shell of the dead behemoth. To his relief, the ancient serpent did not follow him onto the island. It stayed in the water, staring at the tiny human with hungry madness. Luckily, looks could not kill. Well, at least this great beast's gaze could not kill. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures and aspects out there, though. As soon as the soles of his shoes touched the weathered rock, Sunny let out a satisfied sigh. Then, he dismissed the dark wing, bent down to grab the edge of the fissure in front of him, and jumped down. A few moments later, Sunny landed in front of Nephi's. The gloomy shadow slid off the wall and attached itself to his feet. The two of them stared at each other for a bit. Then, Sunny grinned. That smells delicious. Where did you get fresh meat? Nephi's tilted her head and blinked. She raised an eyebrow, looking at him in confusion. Sorry? Why? He scratched the back of his head. Well, I also entered the nightmare within the mist. Only I was still in the water once it dissipated, on a piece of flotsam. And there was this serpent trying to eat me. So, I escaped into the sky and flew downstream for a while, with the serpent following. Eventually, I stumbled on this turtle, and therefore, so did the sea snake. You know the rest. A strange expression appeared on Neph's face. She stared at him silently, making Sunny let out a nervous laugh. Actually, I was right above you, high in the sky, when they started fighting. We almost missed each other. Luckily, I noticed your flames from afar the next night, and came back. He lingered for a moment, and then smiled. So, it all ended well. Now we are both stuck here. Then, the smile froze on his face. Sunny remained motionless for a bit, then looked away and cleared his throat. Oh, by the way, that sea serpent? Yeah. I might have accidentally let it back here, again. It's currently circling the turtle. Did I say that I was sorry? Nephi stared at him for a while, then lowered her head and covered her face with a palm. Sunny could have sworn that he heard her mumble something under her breath. But he must have heard wrong, right? There was no way Nephi would say. Damnation. Chapter 1245 Smashing Problems with a Hammer Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1245 Smashing Problems with a Hammer. Climbing out of the fissure, the two of them and the ominous figure of the Sin of Solace studied the calm surface of the great river. By now, it seemed like a sea of blood. The patch of red water surrounding the dead behemoth was growing larger as it was slowly washed away. Just then, an ominous shadow moved through the blood, and a giant, cloudy eye rose from the red liquid to stare at them with hatred and burning malice. Sunny shivered and felt the desire to take a step back. Nephi's remained unmoved. After a while, she spoke in a somber tone. Strong. He sighed. It is a great beast. Of course, it's strong. At that moment, the Sin of Solace smiled. As they escaped the suffocating gaze of the azure serpent by jumping back into the fissure, the sword wraith spoke. But, isn't it just a great beast? Where's your fighting spirit, Sunny? Go. Kill it. Like you always do. Sunny threw an irritated glance at him and thought. Shut the hell up. The apparition laughed. Why? Can't I make a joke? Of course, a pathetic waste of a divine aspect like you has no hope of surviving a fight with this creature. It grinned and added. That is why it's funny. Sunny frowned and glared at the Sin of Solace, then started to think of a response. However, at that moment, Neff's voice distracted him from the conversation. Sunny? Who are you talking to? Startled, he flinched slightly and turned to her. His face grew slightly more pale than usual. You heard that? I spoke it aloud? She lingered for a moment, then nodded. Sunny let out a small laugh and scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. In truth, he was a little frightened. It seems that the effect of the Sin of Solace on his mind was not as tame as he had thought. Damn it. My primary weapon memory has a peculiar enchantment. Basically, it's a voice that doesn't miss a chance to explain how wrong everything I do is. Right, something like that. Nephi stared at him for a while, and then a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Oh. Sunny frowned. Wait, why are you smiling? It's very annoying. She simply shook her head. It's nothing. I was just suddenly reminded of an old fairy tale I once heard. He gave her a dubious look. Really? What is that fairy tale about? Nephi pondered for a bit, as if trying to recall, then said with uncertainty. Sunny slowly exhaled. Right. Nephi had access to the list of his memories, so she would know about the Sin of Solace. But that reminded him. Growing serious, Sunny said in a somber tone. Speaking of which, I think we should try to figure out where we are. And, more importantly, why we are here. I think that if we pull all the information we have together, we might be able to find out a few things. She nodded. Okay. I was thinking the same thing. There have to be hints in the descriptions of some of the memories we received during the chain of nightmares. I can tell you which ones of mine seem important. Sunny too thought that this was the best course of action. At least for now, the azure serpent didn't seem to have plans of climbing onto the carcass of the black turtle, and the current was pulling it downstream. Even if they tried to fly away, their speed wouldn't be much greater than that of the Dark Island. So, they might as well try to better understand the situation first. However, he gathered his willpower, hesitated for a few moments, and forced out an indifferent smile. Before that, I think you should summon a new armor memory. So, this one could restore itself. Nephi frowned, then looked down at herself. The black garments she wore were singed and torn, revealing more than a fair bit of her smooth alabaster skin. She remained motionless for a bit, then shifted slightly. Turn AR, can you turn around? She phrased it as a question instead of a request, but Sunny nevertheless obediently faced the wall of the fissure. I can. After a moment of awkward silence, another question followed. Can you also make your shadow turn around? He forced the gloomy shadow to face the black rock, too. No problem. The Sin of Solace rolled his eyes, then shook his head and followed their example. You are a pitiful man, Sunny. You know that? Don't bother responding, gods, I wish you did squish me with a hammer. Then, I wouldn't have to endure your... Sunny ignored him. Soon, the dark fissure became a little brighter. Neff's clothes turned into a swarm of white sparks. Then, the fissure was illuminated again as she summoned another armor. Sunny let out a shaky breath. What is this sense of déjà vu? Are you done? She answered after a short pause. Yeah. He smiled. All right. Let's do some research, then. Chapter 1246 Research Partners. Nephice changed from her torn clothes and was now wearing a white tunic with its hems embroidered in intricate red patterns. The tunic was somewhat similar to Sunny's Shroud of Dusk, but also different. It seemed like a single sheet of light fabric that had been elaborately tied at the shoulders, and thus had no sleeves. Loosely fastened at the waist and with high slits, it seemed like something that could afford one a high degree of freedom of movement. Still, Sunny was slightly surprised to see what Neff had chosen to summon. She gave him a strange look. What? He shrugged. I just imagined that you would select a suit of steel armor, or at least something that offers more protection. There has to be a memory like that among those that Summer Night gave you, right? Nephi shook her head. There is. But what does it matter here? No matter how powerful of an armor memory I use, it will still break after brushing against a great abomination once. So, I might as well go for something light and offering good utility. This tunic might not protect me well, but it enhances my senses. For now, that is more important. Best of all. She slightly pursed her lips and added with a hint of frustration in her voice. It won't burn. Sunny suppressed a chuckle. All right. Suit yourself. It was not like he had anything to complain about. That tunic of hers was rather beautiful, plus, he wasn't one to talk, considering what he himself was wearing. Sunny pulled his gaze away from Neff's slender figure and stared at the memories that were laying on the ground between them. These were all the ones in their possession that mentioned Ariel, his tomb, the great river, or an estuary of any kind. There was no real need to summon them, since both Sunny and Nephice could see each other's runes. However, having something to look at was more convenient. They were a beautifully engraved chalice of white stone full of black liquid. A hand mirror of dark silver that gave off an ominous feeling. A graceful jian with a long and slender blade of pristine white jade. A necklace of engraved black metal that resembled a collar. An elegant mallet with a hammerhead made of perfectly black stone. A dagger made of cloudy steel with a handle that was wrapped in black leather. The bitter cusp, the mirror of truth, the sin of solace, the stifled scream, the dark shaper, and the falling ash. The last two came from Nephice, while all the other ones came from Sunny. He had spent more time in Antarctica, after all, and received more memories from the abominations of the Chain of Nightmares. There was also the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, but Sunny did not feel like undressing, although it might have been only fair for him to do so. This one is interesting. I think it is important. It can help us understand the nature and purpose of the Tomb of Ariel. However, it doesn't tell us anything about the Great River. She put the mirror of truth aside and reached out for the bitter cusp. This one is connected to the sin of solace and the falling ash, I think. Sunny nodded as he read the description of the ashen dagger. The runes read: Ariel built a beautiful palace of jade for the queen, and there, she held her court. A great bridge of stone led to the jade palace, covered in snow and ash. Soon, the news of the queen's beauty and wisdom spread across the realms, and many guests came to witness her grace. Not all of them survived the snow, and even fewer survived the ash. Still, more and more came. He frowned. The description of the sin of solace told of a beautiful monster that Ariel had made a queen and gifted with the sinister knowledge of hideous truth. The description of the bitter cusp told the eerie story of a group of guests that came to the Jade Court with ill intentions. And this one told about how Ariel had built the Jade Court, the Jade Palace, for the Jade Queen. None of that information was particularly useful for them now, except maybe for the fact that Ariel seemed fond of building things. However, Sunny glanced at Nephice and showed her the dagger. That Jade Palace, doesn't it sound like Ravenheart? Ravenheart, the great citadel of Clan Song, was situated among snowy peaks and raging volcanoes. Snow and ash were always falling there, and, more than that, one had to cross an enormous stone bridge to reach it. The description of the Jade Palace was too similar. Neff looked at the falling ash. Then, her eyes glinted a little. It does. Sunny was a bit stunned. He had learned some time ago that the citadels of the great clans were left behind by the 7 demons, and were thus very important to the sovereigns. So were the Ivory Tower, which had once belonged to Hope, and the Hollow Mountains, where Nether Citadel still remained undiscovered. That was why Valor and Song had been racing to conquer the tomb of Ariel. But, if the citadel left behind by Ariel was actually Ravenheart, then which demon was tied to the Black Pyramid? Who could be more connected to the tomb of Ariel than its builder? Feeling confused, Sunny shook his head and tried to concentrate on the task at hand. Right now, they had to learn about the Great River the most, because that was where they were stuck. Putting the falling ash back, he picked up the dark shaper, which looked like an elegant mallet with its head made of perfectly black stone. In fact, that black stone looked very familiar. Sunny studied the weave of the black mallet, then glanced at its runes. A few moments later, his eyes widened. Chapter 1247 Fear Itself. The Dark Shaper was a transcendent memory of the 4th tier that Nephice had gained in Antarctica. It was one of the few she had chosen to keep, the rest either went to the Fire Keepers or were sold to acquire various equipment and resources. Being the leader of a group of elite awakened was not cheap. Even with the support of Clan Valor, Neff had to work hard to provide her followers with the best, everything. Perhaps it was a part of the King of Swords testing her competency, or perhaps the great clan simply didn't care to spend too much on the survivors of the Forgotten Shore before they proved themselves. In any case, Nephice had decided to keep the Dark Shaper for herself. The reason she had decided to hold on to the stone mallet was both because of its power and because its description mentioned the Demon of Dread. The Dark Shaper looked more like a tool than a weapon. It had a handle of dark polished wood inlaid with dull silver. The hammerhead was fashioned out of perfectly black stone, which looked and felt rather familiar. Sunny was almost certain that it was the same stone that the tomb of Ariel had been built of. The stone mallet's enchantments had to do with sculpting and changing the shape of things. Disturbingly, these things were not limited to stone, metal, and wood. If one wished, they could also shape flesh and bone, sculpting all kinds of nightmarish creations. The sinister corrupted devil Nephice had killed to receive the Dark Shaper was similarly revolting. It was indeed a memory worthy of being graced with the name of the Demon of Dread in its description, updated from. And speaking of the description, at first, Sunny simply studied the shimmering runes, finding them rather interesting. They read: Memory, Dark Shaper. Memory rank, Transcendent. Memory tier, 4. As if there was another part of it missing. Coincidentally, he knew of another description that seemed like a fragment of a larger whole. Frowning, Sunny summoned his own runes and found the name of the stifled scream. Concentrating on it, he read: Memory description, a great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. When doom came, many entered to seek shelter from it, and many had come to seek the truth. That was because the great river existed outside time, and so, it was said that a dreadful secret was hidden at its estuary. Few of those capable dared to approach it, and none of those who had returned. He remained motionless for a few moments, then mentally put the two descriptions together. Following the end of the battle, the Demon of Dread created a mystical river out of the Titan's blood, and built a pyramid out of its stone flesh. The pyramid stood where the ocean had once been, a great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. His hands trembled. Unable to speak, Sunny turned his head slightly and stared at Nephice. A few moments later, she noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. What? He lingered for a while, and then said hesitantly. That. I am really not sure, but I think I understand where we are now. Then, Sunny looked at the narrow strip of the sky above them and added in a hushed voice. Neff, this might sound crazy, but I think that we are inside the Black Pyramid. Chapter 1248 Entombed. The two of them climbed from the fissure and stood gazing at the 7 suns moving across the vast sky. They remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sunny spoke, his voice carrying a sense of wonder and perplexity updated from. I know that it doesn't make sense, but it also makes so much sense, you know? Nephi's frowned, her thoughts mirroring his. She had read both descriptions, and although Sunny's theory sounded outlandish, it was also compelling in a bizarre and irrational way. He took a deep breath and continued to unravel his theory. I mean, listen, we were in the Nightmare Desert, and entered the third nightmare through a seed that had been a part of Ariel's tomb once. Logically, the spell should have sent us into the past of the desert, or at least into the past of the Black Pyramid. However, it sent us into the Great River instead. That is an obvious contradiction. Sunny brushed his hair back and rubbed his eyes, attempting to make sense of the puzzle. But it all makes sense if the Great River is actually situated inside the pyramid. Sure, no matter how large the pyramid is, it can't be large enough to contain an entire region of the dream realm, an entire world, even. That is if we think about it from the perspective of human logic. However, Ariel was not a human. He was a demon and actual deity. Beings like that are not bound by mundane logic. If he could create a pyramid that does not draw nearer no matter how long you walk toward it, who says that he couldn't create a pyramid that contains a whole world inside it? Nephi considered the implications of Sunny's words. Her eyes remained fixed on the vast great river, and the azure serpent lurking beneath its surface, with madness and hunger in its gaze. Struggling to ignore the unsettling presence of the serpent, she sighed and voiced her own insights. Did he create that world too, then? Well, now that I think about it, he might have. Both of us thought that this place looked like a soul sea, right? Maybe it is not a soul sea, but instead was made from one. Ariel built the Black Pyramid out of the flesh of an unholy titan. He created the great river out of its blood. Then, he created a world out of its soul? If so, then those 7 suns were made out of 7 divine soul shards that the titan had left behind. Nephi paused for a moment and then added, her voice tinged with a sense of awe. If the humans of the Forgotten Shore could create an artificial sun, there's really no reason why Ariel couldn't create 7 better ones. Sunny acknowledged her insights with a nod. It would also explain why there are no stars in the night sky, and why it's entirely black. Because it is not a real sky, instead, the Black Pyramid is hollow, and what we're looking at is actually the inner side of its walls. What exactly are you talking about? He grinned with a sense of anticipation. It means that there are tons of locals here on the Great River. We just haven't found them yet, but when we do, we'll be able to learn all kinds of information from them, including what the central conflict of this nightmare is, and how to conquer it. She tilted her head a little, intrigued by his optimism. Right, there have to be plenty of humans here, according to the descriptions of the memories. It's just that they had entered the Great River much, much earlier than we did. So, they are probably somewhere further downstream, further into the past. Without having to say anything, both of them turned to look north, in the direction where the waters of the Great River were flowing. The view was rather beautiful, except for the terrifying silhouette of the ancient serpent, which had raised its neck from the water and was devouring them with its eyes. Nephi lingered for a while, and then said in a low voice, a tinge of worry in her tone. But, Sunny, what if the goal of this nightmare is to reach the estuary? What are we going to do then? He shivered, startled by her question. The idea of reaching the end of the Great River was both daunting and overwhelming. Surely, a third nightmare would not have such an insane goal. That was not a task for mere ascended. There had to be something else, something more attainable, something they could accomplish. He just didn't know what it was. Sunny let out a stifled laugh. Let's hope that it's not. And if it is, well, I guess we'll have to do our best. The Sin of Solace smirked as he looked at the water, the mysteries of the Great River and the tomb of Ariel unfolding before them, as they journeyed deeper into the enigmatic third nightmare. Chapter 1249 Titanic Ship. So, this is it, then. The tomb of Ariel had been built from the remains of the stone titan, while the great river created from its blood was contained within it, illuminated by the 7 suns made from its broken soul cores. The secret hidden at the estuary was the truth that Ariel had wished to forget. The nightmare desert was the result of the battle between him and the unholy creature. Looking at the blue sky above them, Sunny couldn't help but wonder. So the demons were capable of creating artificial worlds? Then, a sudden thought made him shiver. What is the difference between a real world and an artificial one, though? Was there even a difference? And if there was not, had the rest of the worlds been created by someone, as well? The demons? The gods? The unknown? He sighed, then shook his head. Do I really have time to ponder the cosmic origins of the world? Right now, they had more practical questions to answer. Many of the mysteries of the third nightmare had been revealed to them, but many more remained. At least they now knew where they were, and what their next step had to be. Travel downstream, find the Sibyllus, and learn how to conquer the seed. Well, that is easier said than done, though. Sunny stared at the waters of the great river and saw the sharp blades of the azure serpent's dorsal fin break its surface as the great abomination hungrily circled the corpse of the Titanic turtle. A dark expression appeared on his face. After a bit of silence, he said, "Neff, do you think we can kill this thing?" She smiled faintly. Sunny had expected to hear some kind of a crazy answer, like always, but she unexpectedly gave him a sober one instead. "It's late. We should probably rest and take another look at the situation in the morning, with fresh eyes. I don't know about you, but I am thoroughly exhausted. I haven't slept in a long while, and the battle between the turtle and the snake took a lot out of me." Sunny smiled crookedly. He was tired, too. He had not done anything in the last couple of days except drift through the sky, but as it turned out, doing nothing was very exhausting. Especially when one was suspended between the surface of a mystical river and the sky, having to keep an eye on both lest some terrible creature swallow them whole in one bite. "Yeah. I'm tired too." Some time later, the two of them were hidden from the wind and the piercing gaze of the ancient serpent in the familiar fissure on the shell of the dead behemoth. There was a small fire burning between them, casting shadows on the black rock. The shadows were dancing. There were not a lot of things on the dark island that could be used as fuel, but Sunny had a few bricks of compressed synthetic firewood stored in the covetous coffer. Once again, his loyal alloy chest had come in handy. Sadly, it was already almost empty. Nephice made a dish from some of Sunny's last provisions, and the two of them enjoyed a late supper as the world was slowly consumed by darkness. The soft glow of the water was not visible from inside the fissure, and it seemed as though nothing at all existed outside the small circle illuminated by the fire anymore. There were no stars in the black sky, and so Sunny couldn't help but remember a similar night from many years ago, when Nephice and he had first met on the forgotten shore and shared a conversation in the dark. Gods, almost 4 years had passed since then, hadn't they? A small smile appeared on his face. "Hey, do you remember how you told me about the adventures of Odysseus?" Nephice looked up from her food and hesitated for a moment. A distant expression appeared on her beautiful face. "Sure. Why?" Sunny shook his head and shoved a spoonful of the fragrant, thick soup into his mouth. "No, nothing. That Odysseus guy. I don't think he had gone through half the crap we had to go through, though." Chapter 1250 Death of a Hero Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1250 Death of a Hero. A faint smile appeared on Neff's face. She stared into the fire for a while, then leaned her back against the weathered black rock with a shrug. Who can tell? There are a lot of stories about the trials and tribulations he had to endure. Bathed in the warmth of the fire and with his belly pleasantly full, Sunny felt his body and mind relax. Throwing a curious glance at her, he asked, "What is your favorite story about that guy, then?" Nephice remained silent for a while with a look of contemplation on her face, which was cast in shadows, with only its vague silhouette visible in the darkness, and the dancing white sparks that shone in the depths of her eyes. Eventually, she said, "Maybe it's not a favorite, but I often think about one of them, in particular." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Which one?" Neff sighed quietly before answering. Odysseus was a great hero of Hellas, but he was not the greatest one. The greatest and most powerful hero was named Heracles, who was a demigod and a slayer of monsters. Heracles possessed incredible strength and performed many incredible feats. After he died, the gods took his soul to the heavenly realm, where he became an immortal god himself. She grew quiet for a moment. Updated from. However, Odysseus once descended into the underworld, where he saw the shadows of the dead. Among them was the forlorn shadow of Heracles, so, when I was a child, I always wondered how Heracles could both be a god and a lost shadow in the land of the dead. Nephi shifted slightly and moved her hand, causing the fire to suddenly burn brighter. I asked my grandmother, and she explained that one part of Heracles was divine, while another part of him was human. It was the divine part of Heracles that ascended to godhood, while the human part was cast down into the underworld, doomed to wander its dark halls forever. Her voice was a little wistful. Sunny frowned and gave her a dark look. That's a little messed up. Neff smiled. Right? I also always thought that it was very unfair, for the gods to simply discard the human part of Heracles. Hypocritical, even. She lingered for a few moments and shrugged. Of course, when I grew older, I realized that it was really just two different versions of the myth colliding with each other. The stories of Odysseus are older, and so Heracles, despite being the greatest of heroes, had a tragic death in those ancient myths. The version of his own stories that we know are newer, and the original ending was changed to a happier one at some point, with the added lesson, be a valiant hero, and you shall be rewarded. Something like that. When she finished talking, Sunny suddenly chuckled. His eye glinted in the dark. Then, Sunny looked at Nephi in confusion. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She blinked a couple of times. Pulling the wings off insects? What? Is it really a thing children do? He coughed. Right. I forgot that Neff grew up incredibly sheltered, because of all the assassination attempts. Had she even met someone her age before coming to the academy? Sunny awkwardly looked away. Oh, maybe it's just a boy thing. Or an outskirts thing? I don't know, really, not everyone does it. But some kids do. Well, I have no idea. I didn't. Neff remained silent for a while, then said thoughtfully. Maybe they are playing awakened and pretending to slay nightmare creatures. Yes, that makes sense. Still, it's a bit cruel. The conversation had taken a strange turn, and Sunny was feeling a little uncomfortable. The fire was dying down, too. He cleared his throat. Well, anyway. I think it's time we went to bed. I mean, we don't have a bed, beds. So it's time we go, to sleeping bags? Damn it, what I'm trying to say is that you should sleep first. I'll take the first watch, and wake you up later. All right? Neff watched him fumble his words with a strange expression, and then nodded silently. What the hell was that? What was I even saying? Soon, the fire died, and Sunny was left alone. Neff was asleep, and he could hear the soft sound of her breathing not too far away. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny summoned Nightmare and ordered him to guard her sleep. At that moment, the Sin of Solace suddenly said. Wow, Sunny. You really have a way with words, huh? A real charmer. I wouldn't say that torturing insects is a very romantic topic of conversation, but other than that. Sunny ground his teeth, refusing to look at the pale apparition. Her knew exactly what the bastard looked like, anyway. Shut up. Urdiel's note, Sunny should put on his weaver's mask, his riz increases by +100 with that shit on. Jokes aside, chapters might be late this week and the next. A bit busy. If I do miss a day, the chapters will be released together with that day's chapters. This goes for all the novels I update. Cheers.